everybody. Good morning!
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, in Visualize Live.
Good morning, my lovely friends. Welcome to Saturday's Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It's Houseplant Appreciation Day today. I don't know if you knew that. It's a little bit random. But anyway, let's start, as we always do, with our early bird. Everybody needs thread. Everybody needs good thread. And my goodness me, we get through a lot of it in the sewing world. Our neutrals, so important. Creams, whites, greys, black, navies, reds. Red is such a good neutral. It's such a good neutral. This is 1,000 metre reels of hemline thread. Okay, brilliant for piecing. Absolutely brilliant for piecing and construction. You get in total 20. So that is 20,000 metres of thread, and it's not $34.99. Oh no, let's take that price down. Are you ready for this? And it goes down. Oh yeah, all the way down. That is half price, £17.49, which means that you're not even paying £1 for 1,000 metres of thread. Absolutely phenomenal. And it's hemline. We love our hemline products. 87 pence for 1,000 metres, which means your 100 metres is less than 9 pence. Is that right? Yeah, it is. But like, okay. Because something like a Sewell, like a Gutermann or a Coates would be like £2.50 for 100 metres. This is what, 9 pence? If you're just getting started in sewing, new year, new hobby. I mean, always use good quality thread, but this is hemline thread. I'm just going to unreel a little bit of it. If I can get it started, let's find one. Amazing, amazing value. Oh, let me say some mornings while I get this together. Delia says, good morning, Stuart and team. Happy Saturday. Well, stay with us. Stay with us. Bottom of the screen, it's Stuart time again. Hooray. Carol, is that a thing now? Stuart time? I love that. Carol, good morning. This is really nice quality thread, actually. Good morning, lovely. Oh, Chantal, thank you. Good morning. Morning to Mo as well. She says, morning, handsome, lovely, lovely crew. You haven't met Mo. No, they are. On a cold and frosty morning. Oh, yeah. Do you know, I left North Yorkshire last night. Well, I did leave last night, but like the whole daytime had been blue skies, sunshine, positively mild. Got to the Midlands, it was like entering Narnia. I turned a corner and suddenly, whoosh, there it was. This is great quality thread. Nice and strong. I'm not seeing fluff at all. This is good stuff. This is good stuff. And it's a great price. Absolutely superb. Less than 9p per 100 metres. And you've got all of your threads there, all of your colours, all of your neutrals. Very, very useful. Right, let's talk about what we've got coming up on today's show. Let's have a look at that menu. Right, this first hour is all about colour and the colour wheel. Let's talk colour theory. Let's create some gorgeous colour schemes. I've got some tools that'll help you. I've got some inspiring books. And of course, I've got lots of lovely fabric, including, I just want to mention, I have got our full mega bundle of our beautiful cotton solids. This is our full collection. I have only got 10 of these. I will show you this first when we get back from the menu. But if you want to jump on the website and get your bundle now, it hasn't been in stock for, oh gosh, it feels like months, if not years. March? Last year, okay. Right, so loads of good stuff. Now, 9 o'clock, I'm really excited. We have got the William Morris Bedford Park collection. This is a brand new collection from William Morris. I had so much fun making projects. Look how beautiful and spring-like this is. I tend to associate William Morris with kind of warm, autumny, darker colours. This is just right for spring and summer. It is a breath of fresh air. It is so beautiful. Quintessential William Morris, but spring fresh colours. That is coming up at 9 o'clock. I'm also going to be showing you how to make Manx patchwork. So if you've always fancied having a go at Manx patchwork, stay tuned. I will be showing you how at 9 o'clock. Right. Now, at 10 o'clock, new year, new hobby, we have got tools. Now, I've helped put this show together with all of my favourite essential tools. So if you're brand new to sewing, home deck and patchwork and quilting, everything in that hour is stuff you'll need, and I'll give you the gen on what it's for. But equally, if you're a seasoned sewer, looking to top up your stash, ready for the new year, stay tuned because I've got some great deals and I've got some great products in that hour, all your quilting essentials. Now, at 11 o'clock, oh my goodness, you know I love Seth Apter fabrics, but this quilt blew me away. It's called Crossroads of Colour. I think it is so chic, so smart, so sophisticated. It is a beautiful pattern. It's totally beginner friendly. And it's a brilliant size. Oh, it is such great value as well. Beautiful. Those pops of colour. Absolutely stunning. I'm going to try and talk our Jen, our producer today, into a bit of a crash for that. But it's a super, super quilt. That's at 11. I'll be showing you how to make it. And then at 12 o'clock, last chance saloon for quilt kits you'll love. We've got some fantastic quilt kits, ones you won't want to miss. Okay, but just to remind you, our early bird today is the set of 20 hemline threads. You've got 1,000 meters of thread on each reel, 1,000 meters, which means you're paying under 10 pence per 100 metres for your thread, under 9p in fact. You've got all of your neutrals, creams, tans, black, navy, grey. I mean, these, all of those will literally piece anything. I'd put these in as well. You piece just about anything using those. Barely see the thread. You've got some brighter colours, some warmer colours. These two, lovely for quilting. Quilting brights. Absolutely smashing. You got to try these. You got to try these. Claire says, good morning, Stuart and all. Good morning, my lovely. Everyone's getting late to the party today, I feel. It's 8 minutes past 8. It's me all day today. Morning, all. I'm currently stuck at home with the snow and I can't get to work in Whitby. We'll have to spend the morning with you. Oh, Karen. You'll just have to spend the morning with us. Oh, well, I imagine as well around Whitby, Robin Hood's Bay, things like that, right at the coast. It's very exposed, isn't it? Stay warm, stay cosy. I think if you don't have to go out today, don't. Fiona says, good morning to the best presenter ever. Just take a moment. Thank you. Love Stuart time. We had 6 inches of snow in Filey and it's only just melted and now I've woken to a frost. Oh, Fiona, now it just goes to show, doesn't it? Because nothing, not a speck of snow or frost. In fact, I've got primroses flowering in my garden at the moment. Amazing. More messages. Keep going through for your early bird. Can you use the hemline threads for dressmaking? Lovely to spend Saturday morning with you. And absolutely, yes. Yes, absolutely. These are great. These are great value sewing thread. They're 100% polyester, nice and strong. They last really well. You can use polyester thread with any kind of fabric. Yes, absolutely, for dressmaking, spot on. Spot on. Good morning, Stuart. I missed the first few minutes. Could you tell me about the quilt behind you? It's beautiful. Thanks, Jan. Jan, thank you, Jan. Of course I will. This is a Manx log cabin quilt that I made. This is part of my We Love Quilting pattern series. This is from volume 2, which we'll have on the show at 9 o'clock. Now, this I made completely in William Morris fabric. If you've never seen Manx patchwork, it's a folded patchwork technique. I'm going to show you exactly how to make this. It doesn't require quilting or wadding because of the folded layers. You get this gorgeous, warm, cosy coverlet without having to do any quilting. It's a really addictive technique though, Jan, so be prepared. That's 9 o'clock. Excuse me. Loads of you in baskets, about a quarter of my remaining stock now. So do check out your baskets. Sandra's message to say, morning, Bonnie Stewart from snow-free Glasgow. It's official. Enjoy, enjoy. Now, thank you so much for all your messages. It's easy to get in touch with us. You can email the studio at SewingStreet.com. You can contact us through Facebook. That's just Sewing Street TV on Facebook, and you can send us a message direct, like Sandra just did. Or you can go to the website, all the W's, SewingStreet.com. And then when you get there, click on Watch Live, and you can send us a message there, up to 150 characters. Hello. Literally that. Thank you. Hello. And then you can see things like our early bird, what's coming up on the show, and what's already been on air. Oh, love a bit of Alice Caroline. Look at that rainbow. There's a price drop coming. There's a Blueprint Quilting by Anna Maria. Absolutely gorgeous book, that. I love it. We've got colour cubes. There's a crash on the duo. We've got some gorgeous ranges of fabric as well, and some bundles. Love that. All sorts. Coats thread there. Best press. Lots and lots of colour therapy this morning, I think. We've also got the Brother FS140. I've only got a few of those, single figures in fact, today, single figures today. So if you want the FS140, we are going to crash the price on that too at 9 o'clock. Rotary cutter blades, lots and lots of tools. This is for 10 o'clock. These are all my essentials for quilting, sewing, dressmaking. So if you want to get stocked up, it really is a good day, because I don't know about you, I hate trawling through websites trying to find things. And today's great because we've got everything that you need all in 1 hour. Very useful, that, very useful. Oh, thank you, Jeanette. Jeanette's messaged in to say, morning, Stuart, best presenter ever. Happy New Year to all at Sewing Street. That's so kind. Thank you. Thank you. I do appreciate it. Right, shall we jump straight in? Let's jump, and I'm going to grab the mega bundle of cotton solids. Now, I don't know if I can rainbow all of this, but I'm going to show you the absolutely glorious array of fabrics and colours that you get in this bundle, because it is stupendous. Now, this is Rose and Hubble. You get 0.5 meters of everything. All of our different, I'm going to just pop something in between there so you can see the different shades. There are 2 different shades of red there, you see. These are absolutely glorious. You get 0.5 meter of each of 60 different solids, 60 of them. So if you've ever wanted to be your own quilt designer and literally have every single colour that you could possibly want, you'll always be able to find a match. Always be able to find a match. You know I'm a huge fan of using solids in quilt making. I love them. Now, just need to let you know I'm already at low single figures. And once everyone's checked out, I will have less than 5 of these bundles left. Now, 5 split pays, because obviously this is 60 half meters. This is a mega bundle, but we're going to give you a lovely price. Instead of £47.88 today to get this home, let's see what you could pay. Let's do that crash. It's crashing. It's crashing. We're going under 200. Now that means that your split pay is going to be £40. Oh, £39.99 to get it home. £39.99 to get it home. So this is such a great opportunity. We can never do very many. Look at that, just as a combination. Oh. Well, just from a cutting point of view, our warehouse can only cut a certain amount of these. Oh my goodness, everything that I have is in baskets. There's so many beautiful options here. Look at all of these blues. You know how much I love blue. Now, if you've made things like Sierra Nevada or New Mexico or Santorini, any of my quilts where I use solids, you have got every single one of those colours in your bundle, but you've also got everything else that we do. Now, we're oversubscribed in baskets. If you want this mega bundle of solids, you are going to have to be so quick. I've literally got 2 bundles left. Are you going to get yours? Are you going to get yours? Are you going to win? How amazing. I've got 1 left. I've got 1. Oh, it's sold out. I didn't even get to show you. Look, there's all that as well. Look, I just want to dive face first into this, but I won't. But, well done you. Well done you. If you managed to get that, that is absolutely amazing value. Could I ask, young Finn, would you mind coming and just taking... Because that is so amazing. I'm just going to move that. Don't worry, I can move that to the side of the table. That'll be fine. That'll be fine. Now, such a useful tool. I've only got 1 of these left. You've been checking out on these. But it's the colour and tone guide. Twist and turn, create your colour schemes easily, £6.99. It'll give you real confidence. It's also got a viewing finder. This is like a red, clear red. What you do, you look through the fabric and it will get rid of the colour and you'll just see light and dark. Really helpful. In grayscale, exactly. It's that kind of thing. Your colour wheel, you can choose different combinations to help you put together your own colour schemes. Well done. That's sold out. Well done. Right. Now, pardon me? Yes, in a sec. Can I just do these neutrals? Because we love our colour. We love our colour. But neutrals are your secret weapon in all of this, especially in things like scrap quilting. It is your neutrals that will really help to make sense of all of your assorted bits and bobs and scraps. This is a gorgeous, gorgeous selection of our neutral fabrics. You're not paying £43.89. You're going to make a saving of £7.98. I love that there's this slatey blue in there as well. It'll just help you to think outside the box when it comes to neutrals. Okay, you've got half meters of all of these different creams and tans and this gorgeous ivory there. You've also got a gorgeous array of greys. Everything I have is in baskets. Everything I have is in baskets. It's just amazing the difference that you can make. Or just, you know, if you've got a fat quarter of a gorgeous print, just to be able to jump in there and say, OK, I can put it with black. That looks really good. I could equally put this with the blue. That's yummy. I could put this with a soft grey, or I could go charcoal. It's so easy to do when you've got every neutral. Even, might I suggest, when you get this home, that you cut a 5-inch square of each fabric and staple them inside a folder and keep it with a label on for the code number and the colour. And then when you come to make something in future, rather than guessing and saying, would white look best with this fabric range? Or would ivory look better? What about a silver grey? You've actually got those colours that you can compare your fabrics to. It's very, very busy this morning. It's very busy. I think everyone's avoiding the cold weather, and I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Stay cosy, enjoy the fabric, get some knitting, some sewing, some crochet out, craft along with us. Literally a couple of these left. A couple of these left. Absolutely loads. Way oversubscribed. It's going to sell out. Right, keep going through for that. I'm going to pop that to one side for now. A little bit more fabric. I'm going to grab... Well, this is gorgeous. If you didn't manage to get the big solid bundle, I have got a selection. Kind of an expanded rainbow. A beautifully expanded rainbow, and $39.90 would be a fantastic price, but that is not what you're going to pay because we're going to crash it. Oh, look at this. That is beautiful. That is absolutely gorgeous. If you want a bit of sunshine and glorious colour in your life, instead of $39.90, let's pay $31.92. It's a great deal. You're going to have to be quick. Jen, that seems like a very, very awkward number to me, $31.92. Can we go under £30, please? Loads of you have already checked out, but I'm talking Jen round today. Everyone that's checked out, you're getting $29.99. Yeah, bless her. Jen doesn't normally produce, and she's saying into my ear, I don't really know what I'm doing, so I'll be very easy just to manipulate today. So just tell me what you want, which is very, very dangerous, isn't it, everyone at home? It's very, very dangerous. My director's telling me I'm on my own today, so I can have whatever I like. Again, this is so dangerous. There are about 25 of you with this in your basket, and I've got single figures left. It's going to go. It's going to go. Can you imagine doing the quilt behind me in the rainbow solids? Oh, absolutely amazing. You could make this so modern. I love those quilt patterns that just work whatever fabric that you use, whether it's traditional, modern, solids. These are glorious. If you got the big bundle, all of these colours are in that big bundle. One left. One left. 30 of you in your basket. Well, whoever just checked out, you have got the last one. That has also sold out. Has my neutral bundle sold out? Next up, I've got a Macawa linen texture, simple rainbow. I've only, two of these left, the neutral. Just to quickly show you, if you want this neutral bundle, I've got 2 of these left. I've just got 2 of these left, okay? Graphics are for the Macawa bundle. I just wanted to give you a heads up if you want that neutral bundle. Right. Beautiful. $29.95. Are we having a crash? We are having a little crash. Okay. This is a gorgeous quality fabric, really super quality. This has got that beautiful texture. You can see it really well, I think, on the sunflower colourway. Isn't that gorgeous? Okay, don't pay £29.95. No. £27.95. That's the lowest we can go on this, I think. That's the lowest. You've got tomato. You've got... I know that this one's sunflower. What's the orange one called? My screen's obliterated the name of that. This is ultramarine. Pistachio. I'll just call it orange. Oh, that's tomato. That's red. Red tomato, sunflower, pistachio, actually, in the true Italian, pistachio, and ultramarine. I love pistachio. Gorgeous. You're getting 2.5 meters there. 2.5 meters. What's our price per? £27.95 for 2.5 meters. £5.59.5 metre. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. And look, that's what you're getting in half a metre. That's terrific value. Terrific value. And this, remember, is not a solid. This is that beautiful linen texture. Really, really stunning and a gorgeous colour. Thank you, Finn. Thank you, Ollie. Absolutely lovely. And again, you know, I'm just going to grab a bundle here. We'll do this next because I just want to grab this blue from here just to show you how useful it is to have these things. Because look how this picks out this blue. Do you see? And these are from different ranges. This blue bundle is stunning. This is stunning. Look at that. Now, I'll take this out because you're not getting that in the bundle, but I just wanted to illustrate how... But equally, if you've got our neutral bundle, or you might get a cream or a grey to go in there. So it's really useful to have these. Now, 26.46. Not today. No, not today. I'm just going to ombre these. I'm just going to ombre these. Oh, no. Oh, dilemmas, dilemmas, dilemmas. Look at that. How beautiful. 22.46. And you're getting 7 fat quarters here. 7 fat quarters. Oh, now then, that's useful to know. Leicestershire Craft Centre, Catherine writes, gorgeous patchwork waistcoat. This is enough to do the waistcoat. That's really good to know. That's really good to know. Bags, clothing. Again, you know, the Manx log cabin. I'm going to show you how to do this. In about half an hour. Fat quarters are perfect for doing Manx log cabin. Absolutely perfect. So addictive. You're going to love it. You get full instructions in We Love Quilting Volume 2. You get 4 different styles of log cabin in that pattern booklet. 22.46 for that bundle. I'm low single figures. These are gorgeous. A range of different manufacturers. I think we've got some Moda in there, probably from Free Spirit. There's some Hajime, that's from me, Lewis and Irene. That looks like Liberty. These are all different versions of blue, I guess, aren't they? That's a cute one. I love that. So one of my favourite things to do is a monochromatic quilt, which simply means taking one colour, okay, mono, single colour, and all the different shades. It could be monochromatic yellow, monochromatic blue. Everything I have is in baskets. I've got 4 of these bundles left. Very, very easy to use. Like I say, if you've got a bit of solid, a bit of texture, It could be something like calico or seeded natural cotton. Kind of goes with everything. An ivory, a white. There's ivory. That's a good colour. That's a good colour. But having our solids in your stash is really, really useful. Fiona says, I can't believe it, Stuart. Earlier on, I said we had a frost in Filey, so I thought I would watch it from in bed. Now it's snowing again. Beautiful fabrics. They are beautiful. I hope it's not going to snow again in the Midlands. I don't like it. I don't like snow. And I always worry as well, particularly about my older friends when the weather is really icy and snowy, because if I fall over, it's painful, but if some of my older friends fall over, I really feel for them, so stay safe. Yes, I definitely don't want to fall over in this. Ugh. Gorgeous. 3 left. 3 left, and then it is gone. Right, we need to move on. Can we do... let's do some colour cards. Some cubes. Some colour cubes. Yes. Yes. Now then, let me just see which is number 1. Oh. I think that's number 1. That's number 1. Right, this is set number 1. These are such a cool idea. These are such a cool idea. They come in this gorgeous box, okay? And what you get inside is this amazing array that you get 100 colour schemes, basically. So what they've done is they've taken an inspirational picture, and I think this is really good practice anyway. Over 100 cards, okay? So you've got like this inspiring picture. This is such a fun way of putting together a colour scheme. Look, citrus fruits, cupcakes. You see, I wrote a magazine article years ago about using your favourite foods to inspire a colour scheme, and Charlie thought it was hilarious, and he was saying to me, oh, really? You get 250 cards, wow. Okay, but it really works, okay? And what they've done is they've taken this inspiring picture, so like this beach, so you've got the sea, you've got the sunglasses and the sand, and then drawn a colour scheme out of that, okay? So there's your colour scheme. And then on the other side, you've got those colours broken down for you. What are you looking for? But not just the colour, but actually broken it down into a lighter tone, a mid-tone and a dark tone. Now, I would expand that even further when I pull my fabrics for this colour scheme, but literally you can just take this card to your scraps, to your stash, pull everything that you've got that fits, and then you can also go fabric shopping with this. I think it's such a clever idea. Citrusy fruits, look at that. And then there's your colour scheme. But equally, you could just take that as your colour scheme, or that as your colour scheme, or that as your colour scheme. That would also work. So, you know, there's lots of different ways that you can use these colour cards. And you get over 250 of these different cards. So many different cool ideas and cool colour schemes. Ooh, you see, that's a little bit reminiscent of New Mexico. If I was to put those together, do you see? Oh, absolutely gorgeous. Very clever. Very clever. So that's set one. That's set one, okay? I think if you want to be better with colour, there are tools that can help you. I know it's tempting to think, oh, you've either got colour sense or you haven't. It's just not true. It's just not true. A bit like saying that somebody who's brilliant on the piano, oh, you're just naturally talented. They've spent years practising. There are tools that you can get that will really help you. This is a great tool. Don't know if I can get it. Right, I'll pop those like that. Right, this is set two. Let's look at set two. A different set of... Ooh, liking that one. I mean, if you got the rainbow bundle, you are absolutely sorted, aren't you? But please don't be put off and think, OK, but this is only for working with solids. It totally isn't. It totally isn't. So, for example, this, if I grab that bundle of blues back in, do you see? It's basically... Do you see? So I probably would be going to my stash and getting some white or some ivory, because that will definitely help. Yeah. But also here, look, we've got some grey as well. So again, I'd be going to my stash and not necessarily getting solids, but anything with a pattern, a solid, mix and match the two together. That's the way you put your colour scheme together. Or it's one way of putting your colour scheme together. It's all about those tints, those shades, those different hues that you can mix and match. You see, citrusy colours, yeah, I get that. Would I have thought to put them with lilacs? No, but doesn't that look stunning? So, you know, even if you do feel colour confident, you probably find you're in a bit of a rut and that a lot of what you do is the same sort of colours. So something like this can really help to take you out of your box. See, that's lovely. That's beautiful. You see, there are different ways that you can work with colour. You can go with monochromatic, so just pick one colour every shade. So, for example, you know, something like this is a great example of that, okay? Or you can take colours which are opposite each other on the colour wheel. So red is opposite green. If I just grab the colour wheel back in for a second, okay? So your red and your green are opposite each other. So red and green, and then take more shades of red. So in other words, pinks and other shades of green. Perfect. They look so good together. They're opposite each other on the colour wheel. Equally, orange and purple, not orange and blue. People often put orange and blue together, and that is there is something off about that. But purple and orange, see, if I get an orange and a blue and put them together, I think there's something off about that. Whereas that is right. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's about what makes your heart sing. So if you absolutely love a clash, if you love a particular colour combination, it doesn't matter if it's not according to the colour wheel rules. I mean, Kay Fassett very famously said that the colour wheel is the work of the devil, which I find really funny. I love him for saying it. But actually, if you look really closely, we don't have to look that closely, at Kay Fassett's fabrics, he follows the colour wheel. If he does a green fabric, he'll put red and pink into the green fabric, which is two sides of the colour wheel. So there's lots and lots of ways that he does use the colour wheel, but I think to work slavishly with any tool is wrong. You know, we should always feel like we can break out of it. Look, here's a blue and yellow. Now that still works. That still looks great, even though technically orange is opposite on the colour wheel. I just love colour. Just love colour. Now, we've also got a bundle. We've also got a bundle where you get 1 and 2 and you make a saving. Always popular. Should be $74.99, but we're doing a special price for you. The most special price you can do, please. Oh, now that's a really good saving. £10. I will definitely take that. A £10 saving. Thank you. That is smashing. A message. Hi, Stuart. Cards are not just for textiles. We couldn't agree on colour schemes for the bathroom. I feel ya. Out came the cards. Colour scheme agreed. And the card came shopping. Carol. That's how we avoid these arguments, because it's ever so difficult, isn't it? When you've got to get someone else's agreement. It can be very difficult. Oh, I'm glad the colour cards helped. Yes, I mean, really good for helping you work out a colour scheme in your home. Use the same sort of guidelines. I want to know what you've plumped for in the end for your bathroom. Coastal colours are always popular, aren't they? You know, I'm very drawn to these sorts of colour schemes. I like these. This is all kind of beachy. Warm, beachy colours for a bathroom. Rather nice. But I'm really drawn. I want to do my bathroom in green, actually. I want like tropical plants and things like that. So I would look through the cards and I would find something that has some lovely greens. You get 250 cards in the pack. Ooh, lovely. There's so many gorgeous colour combinations. Absolutely. Oh, that's gorgeous. Just all shades of green. Monochromatic, you see, again. That's rather lovely. Oh, now that's nice. I like that. Kind of celadon. Very nice. Right. Absolutely smashing. Colour confidence. Colour confidence. It is learned, not made, not born with. You're not born with colour confidence. Well, I say that. You know what? I think young children will just grab anything and just kind of play their brave. They don't know the rules. It doesn't mean they always get it right by any means. And as adults, we don't always get it right. But that isn't the point. The point is to do what makes you happy. Right. You know, if you ever wonder, have I got enough contrast in my colour scheme? Use your phone, grayscale, take a shot. Or if you've got one of these, you've got your little red viewfinder and you can look through that and that will just show you the relative light and dark. Let's do some more fabrics. This might well fit into my new bathroom. Little bit tropical. Love that. These are some gorgeous greens and you're not paying $23.46. We're going to have a crash. Oh, see, I love that. Again, I'm thinking it's all about the Manx log cabin today for me. This would work so well. This would work so well. £20.46. That's for 7 fat quarters. That's a brilliant price. What are we paying per fat quarter, Jen? That's it. Get your calculator out. £2.90 a fat quarter. That's superb. I mean, gorgeous designer fabrics. This is a white on white, by the way. Is that Liberty? I think that's a Liberty. Well, look at that. For £3 and change per fat quarter. Absolutely fantastic. That's really pretty too. Like £4.50 a fat quarter? Not today. That's a brilliant value pack. Really brilliant value. £20.46. Great chance to stock up your stash, isn't it? Let's go with these gorgeous peachy tones as well. These are lovely. Again, we've got a bit of an ombre going. This is a perfect colour scheme, actually. Already put together for you. Jump straight in. How beautiful are they? I'm ready for a crash. Should be £26.96. Love. £22.46. So that's £4.50. £4.50 saving. Those are stunning. Now again, these could be the light half. I mean, if you look at this log cabin, we'll just have a look for a second. You've got in a log cabin the dark half, the light half, traditionally called sunshine and shadows. So the idea is it's how it looks inside a log cabin, part of it in shadow, part of it in sunlight, so you've got that light and dark contrast. Now, you can go all really light, even using one light fabric. So for example, on this one, I used one cream fabric for all of my lights, okay? So it's a very definite look. The emphasis is very much on those darker fabrics in the centre. Yeah, it makes them pop. But with the quilt that's hanging behind me, I wanted to take much more of a traditional approach to the lights and the darks. So the lights you'll see, there's all sorts in there. There's this kind of like soft orange, rusty pumpkin coloured print. This green and orange print here, this is quite a dark toned cream, pink and green print. So quite a lot of what I would call my lights are not actually very light at all. But within the context of this quilt, they read as light. So now these fabrics here, these very much to me on their own read as light prints. So in my log cabin, I might well have these as my light fabrics. Okay. Okay, so I can see that completely. Then my dark fabrics on the other side of my block, I would need to make sure that they were dark, 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 yeah? And then you've got that contrast. However, I could say that these are my dark fabrics. Yes, even that. I wouldn't ever have that right next to the light. But if, for example, I was to use really light, or like solids, that would absolutely, if I put these next to each other here, they would absolutely read as the dark fabrics. Do you see? You would have that contrast. But your whole quilt would be much softer, much gentler. It's so cool playing with fabric. It's so cool to play with fabric. Spend time with your stash, play with it, try out different combinations. I know it would be really tempting if you use it to say, oh, well, that's a light, that has to come out, and that's a bit light, that has to come out. Well, you could, and you could add some other fabrics in. This is coming up. But I wouldn't. I would leave them in, and then you've got that bit of sparkle, which was missing before. And now your sparkle's back in. Oh, Carol, bless you. She's got back in touch. I was wondering what colour combination you went. We went for bronze, sage and olive green. Carol, that sounds sophisticated and very fancy. The colours change depending on the daylight. Sounds beautiful, lovely. Let's have a look at the poppy cotton, because that would go really well with that beautiful pinks and orange fat quarter bundle. Here you've got, this is poppy cotton. I really love poppy cotton fabrics. They're gorgeous. These are 9 fat quarters. £35.95. This is one collection, so it all goes really nicely together. But can I just say, for my money, I would actually mix this with this, because look at that. These are from different collections, but I would mix the two together. And that is your quilt. We're sorted. We're sorted. Yeah? But anyway, let's do the crash. £35.95. Let's drop that price. £31.95. £4 saving. Fabulous. But my top tip, can we do a side graphic with these, please? Oh, sorry. Okay, don't worry, Jen. I don't want to challenge you too much now. Right, but I would get these as well, and I would put that together, and that would be such a beautiful combination. Really lovely. And you know what? We had this collection earlier on. I just want to show you how you could also put those in. That would all work together. I don't want to split it up because I would never get it back to where it was supposed to be. But, you know, you've got some really gorgeous... Do you see what I mean? And if this was one collection... Oh, I'm in danger of not being able to put them back together. But do you know, I could do this for hours with my fabrics. I love it. I love it. I haven't got a clue how these go back together now. Something like that. There we go. That's it. That's it. How beautiful. I think that's lovely. Don't worry, Jen. Don't worry. Go on, go for it. Ooh. That's beautiful. That is beautiful. I only ever see these collections when it's too late. I would have loved to have used that. It's gorgeous. It's so sunny, so summery. Go for it. Look at that. Now we're talking. So that's both collections together, and they work so well. Why do they... That's not from there. No. Why does that work so well? Well, I'll tell you what I think. You've got these gorgeous... This brings out this gorgeous kind of egg yolk, yellow, and pinks here. You've got this. Now, these are not the same colour. But the fact that this is peachier and this is pink, this is a good thing in a quilt. If all of the pinks were this, it could look very flat, very samey, very dull. Having something that is a little different adds depth, it adds warmth, it adds life, you know. It's like those people that have a chili con carne recipe and you like, mine never tastes like yours. Why doesn't mine taste like yours? And they finally tell you that they put, you know, cumin into their chili, or they put, you know, a couple of squares of dark chocolate into their chili, or there's something, and it's just that bit of something that you can't tell why, but you know it's different, you know it's better. But it can be a bit of a step out of a comfort zone. But it's good to do that. And you see the whole thing together. That would make the most delicious quilt. Go for it. Really popular. Oh, right. Over half of my remaining stock now in baskets. You've got beautiful butterflies, florals, gorgeous little cottages. You could fussy cut, you could make a real thing of them. Or if you're thinking something like the Manx log cabin, look, once that's in the quilt, you see what I mean? The print itself kind of disappears almost. You get the colour, you get the tone. So you can make a thing of it or not. I think that is lovely. Last few chances on that one. That is lovely. Right. We haven't done this. This is the mixer rainbow. I missed this earlier on. We were looking at rainbow bundles. Yeah. Great price as well. You're kidding. Wow. So it should be £19.95, which already seems like a huge bargain to me. But we're doing a little crash. Yeah. Little crash. So that's £17.95. Amazing. Amazing. Single figures on this. £17.95. Do you think the £2 saving was already off? It could have been. But then our blenders are amazing value. But £17.95, that's for 2.5 metres of fabric there. Actually, if you'd got the Macawa linen textures... Now, again, this is something else you can do in your quilt making. It's just that subtle mix of solid, semi-solid, mottle. Do you see? I mean, mix and match is what I'm saying. Don't be afraid to mix and match. It doesn't have to be all solids. You can mix some tonals in. So many lovely fabrics this morning. So many lovely fabrics. That's incredible value. That's your blender. Your blender. That's a gorgeous kind of marbled, mottled... Really super. Now, I have just got a couple more little bundles. Fat quarters. Can we do this little bundle here? This is Kimberly Hind, Debbie's daughter. This is so cute. Look, you've got little sewing hoops, thimbles, flowers. Oh, this is adorable. Love that. £11.25 for 5 fat quarters. Gorgeous. This is called Celestial Stitches. Oh, it's really pretty. Great value too. 100% cotton. Little thimbles. Love those florals. That's so cute. £11.25. What's that for a fat quarter? £2 and change? £2.24 a fat quarter. That's amazing value. That's amazing. So that's one bundle that I've got. And then I've also got the Crafty Pie. Sweet blooms, these. Little strawberries. Cherries. All the fruit. Daisies, and this gorgeous little gingham. That's cute. Little crash as well. Thank you. Yes, please. We'll take that. £12.99, but you can't say fairer than that. Absolutely superb. Great price. I want to try and get in as much as I can. We've got the Alice Caroline colour wheel cushion. Something a bit special. Oh, if you want your very own colour wheel, but in fabric, let's do it. There's a crash on this too. It should be £44.99. It's all Liberty Lawn. Really special. And the price is dropping. Let's do it. Wow, that's a whole £10 off. £34.99. It's beautiful as well, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. Now, I did just want to mention 3 books that we've got. 2 amazing value to start with. These are both Annie's Quilting. Let's do For the Love of Pre-Cuts. For the Love of Pre-Cuts, 13 quilt designs for $10.99 is pretty exceptional. Hello. That looks familiar. Wow. Totally different construction method. How interesting. Actually, it's thick around there as well. You know, my tangled pattern, it's very similar to that, but a very, very different way of making it. Huh, interesting. Carnival confetti, blooming baskets, a sea of colour, window box. Gosh, there's loads of lovely designs. That's nice. Log cabin-like. Huh, brilliant stuff. That's For the Love of Pre-Cuts, $10.99. That's amazing. And then I've also got this one, which is called Quilted Projects for All Seasons. I do love a seasonal project. Tumbling gingerbread men. Stop saying that. Christmas projects. Well, these are all, you know, seasonal. So you've got pumpkins there for Halloween. That's lovely. I like that. That's cute. Spring-like. Very cute, very cute. And just to finish, we are going slightly over, but Anna Maria's Blueprint Quilting. This is just such a beautiful book for Anna Maria Parry, as she is now. We've known her for many years as Anna Maria Horner. This is just absolutely beautiful. There are a number of beautiful quilts in this book, but it's also so inspiring just in terms of how Anna uses colour and pattern. Is quite exceptional. The colour vibe may not be your thing. That's okay. That's okay. Imagine making that in K Facet or in Liberty or, you know, you've got to do your own thing. But I mean, really, her design work is stupendous. It's absolutely superb. Lots of lovely projects, lots of techniques, lots of colour theory, loads. Oh, I just want that. And again, $18.99, brilliant. Right, we are going to go to a break. Thank you for being with me for the first hour. This next hour, I'm going to show you how to do Manx log cabin. And I've got that incredible brand new range from William Morris. How does he keep doing it? It's incredible. I'll see you after the break.
Kickstart the new year with a burst of creativity. New year, new hobby. Throughout the month of January, we are here to inspire you with new skills, new techniques and new demonstrations. To help you kickstart your hobby, we have an array of tips and tutorials just waiting for you. If you'd like to learn jewellery making, visit Jewellery Maker Tutorials on YouTube. For all of your sewing and soft craft tutorials, visit SewingStreet Tutorials. And for papercraft and mixed media, visit Hobby Maker Tutorials. So, what are you waiting for? Kickstart the new year with your new hobby.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The SewingStreet gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the SewingStreet website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The SewingStreet gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to SewingStreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines, and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
So good to have your company. What a lovely morning we've got, and I get to do loads of sewing too. This hour, I'm going to be showing you how to make Manx log cabin. It is absolutely glorious, such a cool technique. But let's talk fabric first of all. I made this one completely in William Morris fabric. It's got a very autumny look, but I've had enough of autumn. I want more spring-like, I want more summery. And this new collection from William Morris is exactly what I need right now. It's got these beautiful soft and vibrant pinks. It's really popular too. Some glorious fresh greens. We've got soft creams. We've got gold in there. I mean, it is truly, truly beautiful. I couldn't resist making I just thought it went together so beautifully. And that little pop of pink there, I just had to bring out in the binding. Now, wait till I show you the backing. It is that classic Strawberry Thief, but this pink background, I mean, how beautiful is that? Fat quarter bundle or half metre bundle, what are you going to go for? Now, right now, we've got the half metre mega bundle. This is 16 different fabrics, and I will show you them all. You get half a metre of each. Absolutely oodles to make this quilt, if you want to make this quilt. Now, I would definitely add in some of your own lights. And they don't have to be William Morris. It could be any lights for this portion. You might consider mixing in, like, for example, these two into your lights. Maybe this one. Or don't. Keep them all as your darks. And then just use a selection of very lights for your lights, okay? Good morning, Sophie. Thanks for your message. Aren't these lovely? Absolutely gorgeous. And you are making a saving. The price on this bundle is $143.84, but we want to crash. Yes, we do. And we're saving the cost of a whole metre of fabric here. Love that. $125.86. Now, at the moment, you can take advantage of split pay if you want, $62.93 to get the bundle of 18 fabrics home. You're getting a whole metre for free. You've got some real classics in there, like Strawberry Thief, at a couple of different scales. It's rather gorgeous. But, I mean, look at this. Isn't that stunning? Absolutely stunning. If you love bag making, I mean, half metres are brilliant for that. If you've got my Bloomsbury and Bedford bag pattern, half a metre is perfect. You could do yourself a beautiful William Morris bag. It's so easy to mix and match. Easy combination. Easy combination. You could mix the greens. You know, having a bundle like this that works so beautifully together and then play with that. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Now, don't worry, those graphics have disappeared, but that doesn't mean we've sold out yet. But what it does mean is this. Instead of 2 split pays, we are giving you the option of 3 split pays. Have we got the split pays? Okay. Okay, so it is on 3-way split pay. When you check out, it is on 3-way split pay. What does that mean our split pay is, please, Jen? $41.95. I like that more. I like that more. This is brand new. Now, over half the remaining stock is in baskets. Loads of you have checked out. We've actually got some multi-buyers on this. My favourite print out of all, do you know, well, this is one of my favourites. I've never seen this before, and I just think that is absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. But I must admit, I think this is one of my favourite prints. Now, I know you were all expecting me to say something like that, which is gorgeous, of course it is. Lovely. But, you know, things like this one, I think this stripe is amazing because I know that I will get so much bang for my buck from fabrics like this. So there's a really, really good mix. I'm going to grab the other cushion that I made. Oh, I've only got 10 bundles left. So this one, I did a real mixture. These patterns are all from We Love Quilting Volume 2, by the way. So spring-like, summery, vibrant, but you've still got that gorgeous traditional look because it's William Morris. Couldn't resist using the larger scale prints on the back of my cushions. That way, if I wanted to, I could flip them. Or if you just wanted to make plain cushions, you know, but vibrant fabric, you could just do this. I've just done a quilt binding around the outside. Mix and match those together, a plain and a patterned, or a plain and a patchwork. All of this and way more out of your half-metre bundle. I've only got 7 of these bundles left when you've all checked out. You do need to check out. This is brand new today, never seen before. There's some prints here that I have never seen before in any colourway. I mean, how stunning is that? Just beautiful. You get half a metre of each of 16 fabrics. Isn't it gorgeous? This is another lovely one. I love the soft colours in there. That is super pretty. But mix and match them together. Again, if you're doing something like the Manx log cabin or the fresh pineapple, any of those patterns is just going to look awesome. It's going to look amazing. I think the Strawberry Thief with that pink background might just be my new favourite fabric. I mean, that is really lovely, isn't it? Now, if you wanted to make a selection of cushions that were all like this, okay, you absolutely can, because we've got these fabrics by the half metre. We'll come to that later in the show. But if you want to jump online and get maybe a metre of this and a metre of this pink, we've got them. We've got them, but now's the time to get them while we've got the whole collection. You get best pick today. You know, by this afternoon or tomorrow, some of those fabrics will have gone and we won't get them back in again. This is another amazing fabric. And again, it's got real spring summer vibes. It's got that lightness, that brightness. But equally, look at this one. I mean, I've not seen this before. I think this is monk's hood, I think, isn't it? The flower. Aconite, I think. But it's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Such a stunning fabric. How many in baskets, Jen? Okay, right, we are way oversubscribed now. There's 11 of you with this in your basket that we do not have stock for. So we're oversubscribed now by 15 of you will miss out. It doesn't have to be you if you check out your basket really quickly. I love that we've got some tone-on tones here because tonal fabrics, all of these, could use those 1,000 times over. And it means that if you want to use a fabric like this and you want a binding, say, we've got, there's an option, there's an option, there's an option, oh, I like that, there's an option, there's an option, you know, and this is just with the tonals that we've got, but we've got so much more. That absolutely stunning fabric. So we've got that in the green. We've also got that in that soft pink. 40 of you now with it in your basket. And that means that there are now nearly 30 of you who are going to miss out. I really am down to my last few chances. Morning, Christine. She says, morning, gorgeous. Morning, Christine. How are you? How are you? This is another. I showed you this earlier on in a different colourway. That is so cool. I use this in my quilt, in my cushions rather. I thought that was such a cool pattern. You've got that in 2 different colourways. Isn't it brilliant? And different scale. It's the different scale as well. This is the large scale, this is the smaller scale. Absolutely gorgeous. I am stunned by this new range from William Morris. Oh, a lovely message, thank you. Morning, Stuart, lovely to see you. What a beautiful cushion, showing the fabric soft stow well. Oh, thank you, Steph, I'm glad you like it. Thank you for your card, by the way. I shall reply. Good morning, Stuart. How do you get your cushions to look so plump? And I feed them well. I feed them well. I'll tell you how. I do like a good plumptious cushion. So the first thing is I always use feather cushion pads. Now, I know not everyone can use them or wants to use them. I do, and that makes for a really plump cushion. The other thing is that my cushion pad is bigger than the cushion cover, okay? So I have gone for... Let me just show you. Right, so my cushion pad... Can you see, is actually quite a bit, like 1 size bigger. The way I get them in, this is a top tip, is, I'll show you. No, don't force them. So when you make if you do an envelope back, as I usually do with a cushion, what you want to do is just turn through half of it. So I've only turned through 1/2. And the other half is not turned through. And then what I will do is put my cushion pad in to the half that is turned through. So that goes in first of all, and you can easily then get your hands right into the corners to push that cushion pad right in, okay? So that's all pushed in, okay? Then what I do from the front is I will reach in, grab the corner, so I've got that in my hand, grab this corner, okay, and turn, just a little. Same here, grab that corner, and turn, and then push the whole thing through. And that is it, done. And I just, every morning, Charlie's woken up to this. Move your head, bang, there we go. But I tell you, I mean, as a way of working through a little frustration, I mean, it's second to none. Right, I'm going to pop this to one side because quite frankly, at the moment, there are 40 of you with it in your basket. I don't have anything like that. I've got a handful. Right, I'm going to pop that to one side. Oh, a message. Good. I went for the Fat Quarter Morris bundle. These prints are gorgeous. I'm definitely doing a skinny pineapple with these. Oh, Kate, yes. Kate got the Creative Grid skinny pineapple ruler recently. One of my favourites, absolute favourites. Yeah, I think Log Cabin and William Morris is a match made in heaven. Let me show you the Fat Quarter bundle that Kate bought. This is there's actually 4 extra prints in here because this is the Fat Quarter bundle of all 20 prints from the collection. This is bought in ready cut, but I'm going to dive in and you're not paying $89.99. I'm going to dive in. Now, I just need to let you know that I've got about half of what I wanted of these for the show. I do not have anything like enough. But let me show you these beautiful prints that you're getting, and I'll point out the ones that are extras. So, beautiful. Going to have a little crash. That's one we haven't seen yet. Okay, that's a fat quarter for free. Well done. 85.40. Isn't that pretty? Absolutely gorgeous. Already loads of you with this in your basket. Over 20 of you with this in your basket. This is another extra. Oh, look at that. That is absolutely stunning. Love that. Next extra, I'm just checking. No, we had that by the half metre. We have seen that. Yeah. So that's the small strawberry thief. Right, this is the next one that's different. That is stunning, isn't it? Honeysuckle. Honeysuckle. Isn't it pretty? It's that blue green. It's just stunning. So we get that, all right? You're getting 20 fat quarters here. It's the full collection. Oh, 20 fat quarters would be brilliant for the quilt that's hanging behind me. This is another one that's extra. Divine. Absolutely divine. I used that, actually. I'll show you. And that gorgeous gold print here. So I used, look, there's that dark, and there's that gorgeous gold print. You see, you can make all of these with the fat quarters. Yeah, the fat quarters are a brilliant way of getting this new collection. Jen, you know you did a fat quarter crash. Could we have a little bit more, please? Well, you might get in trouble, but you can always blame me. I'm just thinking, loads of you have already checked out your basket. I'm going to say it out loud. Can we go under 80? Am I pushing my luck? Can you? Oh, great. Yay! Now that's better. There we go. Right, every single one of you that's already checked out your basket, you are paying $79.99. You are not paying $89.99. I've just saved you a tenner. You're welcome. Well, Jen did, really. That's over half a metre for free. I feel like that's more of a SewingStreet deal, isn't it, really? Doing that. What a gorgeous selection. Now, look, you could split this apart if you wanted to into lighter tones and darker tones. Okay, and I will do that just to show you what I mean. So, do you see? You've got your lighter and your darker. You could do that. However, in the context of like the log cabin quilt that's hanging behind me, I would use all of these as my darks. I would treat that as a dark. I know it's not a dark, and definitely when you put it up against that, it's definitely not a dark. But in the context of a quilt, that could read as dark. It's all about what you put next to it, because that fabric can look light. Against that, it absolutely looks, that's a light. But if you put that against a cream, that's the dark. Without a doubt, that's dark. So, you know, absolutely beautiful. Now, how many in baskets, Jen? How many in baskets? Okay, half of my remaining stock is in baskets. Now, I want you to check out your basket, but I've also promised to show you how to do Manx Log Cabin. So shall we dive in? I'm going to be using the Brother FS 140. It's on the show today, and we're doing it with a price crash. Let's get it in. Let's get it in. We're going to crash the price. should be $369.99, and we are going to drop the price today. Okay. Few little products I'm going to recommend as well for this. Okay, there's the sewing machine, $369. We're going to crash the price to £349. 140 stitches, you get an alphabet, you get an extension table, you get a walking foot, a darning foot. £20 cheaper than anywhere else. It's a great machine. That's the one I'm going to be using today. Right, let's crack on. So first of all, I'm going to use my 9.5-inch square ruler. We've got this on the hour. I really recommend you get a square ruler. And these are a brilliant price from So Easy. And I'm going to cut a 9-inch square. Okay. So let's just trim this piece of fabric. This is just, this is a bit of cream on cream. I really recommend you use something like calico. We've got calico by the ½ metre. And we will give you the instructions as well. We Love Quilting Volume 2. Right, so there's calico by the ½ metre, £2.99. Right, now, the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to need our iron and an ironing surface. So you're going to cut your foundation. This is 9 inches square. And we're going to start with a bit of folding. Okay. So I've got my iron all ready to go. I'm going to give the fabric a spritz of Best Press. A decent, healthy spritz, actually, because I want this fabric to end up quite firm. This is just the unscented. We've got a few different options. So I'm going to press out my square. So I'm pre-starching it. I want the fabric to hold a crease really well. Okay. So that's our first step. Right, next thing that we're going to do is we're going to fold this in half on the diagonal. Now you need to make sure that you match everything up really well, and we're going to press a crease. Open that out, okay, and then fold it again. So we're folding on both diagonals, and we'll give it another press. So what we end up with there is kind of crosshairs, which is important for my next step. Now, I thought it would be really fun to make this sort of in real time. Ooh, excuse me a second. Fat quarter on the floor. So I'm going to grab some fabric. So the first thing I need is my centre square, okay? And I need a 2-inch square. So I've cut a 2-inch wide strip, and I'm now cutting one 2-inch square, and that's going to be the very centre of my Manx log cabin block. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use those crosshairs that I pressed into my square to line up the 4 corners. Okay. And I will just bob a pin in just to hold everything in place. Okay. Right, next step, to the machine. Oh, I'm stuck here because you pushed the table and have caught this. Just give me 1 second. Hang on, there we go, I'm all right. Yep, we got it. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to baste that square in place. So I'm just going to sew really, really close to that raw edge. Okay. Lovely smooth action from the FS140. And really, once I've shown you the basics here, you'll be away. But if you want the full pattern, then you want We Love Quilting Volume 2. Volume 2. Okay. We Love Quilting Volume 2 has 4 different log cabin quilts in it, including Manx, regular classic, curved log cabin and pineapple log cabin, all included in one pattern. Right then, we're back to ironing. They're very, very different. This is completely unique as a patchwork technique, Manx. So can you see there, I've stitched that square in place really close to the edge. Right, next up, I'm going to iron my square again. I don't need those diagonal lines anymore, but I'm going to press some different lines in. So first of all, I'm going to take this lower edge and I'm going to fold it up to the square. I want to make sure that the edges of my square stay true as well. Grab your iron and press. Now we want nice crisp lines, which is why we added some best press to our fabric in the first place. And look, there I've got a crease. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to fold this folded edge up to the raw edge as well. Make sure everything's lined up, and I'm going to press again. And again, be quite firm. Show that fabric who the boss is. Okay, and I'm just going to leave that folded for now. Turn my work around and I'm going to work from the other side. Manx log cabin is a kind of foundation piecing. As all log cabins were originally, all log cabins were done as foundation piecing on a fabric foundation. Now, what's great about this technique is you can be successful from the get-go, and actually, even if you're a complete beginner, this technique will give you amazing results. Okay, so I'm going to open the whole thing out now, but can you see I've got crease, 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 all these lines, all creased. So now what I'm going to do is open that out, and I'm going to do exactly the same thing from the other side. Now, this is why you want that best press in your fabric, because it's going to give you a lovely crisp crease that will last. And lasting is really important. Okay, so that's one side done, and then I'm going to do the other side as well. Fold that bottom fold up to meet the raw edge of the square. And we now have all of our foundation prepared. So no printer required, no paper required. We're not tearing the fabric out later. It all stays in. And I can jump to the fun bit now, which is the sewing. Now, I have got some strips already cut. And I've cut all of my strips at 2 inches wide. Now, you could cut your strips at 1.5 or 2.5 inch rather. That would be fine too. But for this pattern, 2 inch wide strips. Okay. Using my lovely William Morris. Okay, right, so the first thing that I'm going to do, I've got my cream fabric, which is my light fabric. Okay, I'm just going to trim the selve edge off with some scissors, and I've just got a long strip. What I'm going to do is I'm going to lay this strip raw edge to raw edge on the right hand side of the block, and I'm going to snip this off because it will be easier to show you, but it doesn't have to be exact. Can you see it's just slightly hanging over that square, but it more than covers it. I want a 1/4 inch seam allowance, which on my Brother FS 140 is stitch 46. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to sew my 1/4 inch seam allowance down the side of that square. Snip off my threads. Get into the habit of doing this as you're sewing. Okay, now this is the bit that's super important. So I'm going to show you that on overhead, if that's all right. Okay, right, thank you. So what I'm going to do now, this is the bit that's, can you see this first crease here? Yeah? I'm going to get the raw edge and I'm going to bring that to that crease. Okay? and I'm going to use my fingernails. You could use an iron if you want, but there's really no need to crease. Now what I want to show you is, look, we've got a little fold there. So the mistake that a lot of people make about Manx log cabin is that they think the whole strip is folded in half like that, and then it's laid down and sewn down, but that's not how you do it. You lay the raw edge against your raw edge, you stitch a 1/4 inch, then you fold it up to that first crease. That's at the top now, so I'm working on the right-hand side. So I'm going to put my fabric. Now, it doesn't matter that there's a bit hanging over here, and this little bit I'm ignoring. I'm lining up the fabric with my square. Do you see? It's a very forgiving technique because you're always folding it to that crease. And if that crease is accurate, then your block will be accurate. I'm sewing without my glasses here, so we'll see how we are. We'll see how well I do. Right, so I've sewn down that side. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to trim this strip off at the bottom. But again, it doesn't have to be exact. Now, this fabric here, I could fold this out of the way and trim this off, but I don't have to. I don't have to. I've left a bit on. So again, look, I'm going to fold the raw edge up to meet that crease, yeah? And I'm going to crease with my fingers. So I've got a little fold, a little fold. Now, I do like to grab some pins. It's normally sewn by hand. It's normally sewn by hand. I've done a machine sewn technique, but you can absolutely do this by hand. I'm just going to trim a little bit of that off. Don't need all of that. Right, I need my first darkly coloured, yep. So, up to that fold, you can see the fold there, so make sure it's level and line this up, not with the overhanging fabric, but with the square. That's the bit you're looking at, okay? That will keep you nice and square and straight, all right? So sew that down. Now, we can't see how far we're sewing down, but I can keep checking. Sew down. Just a regular foot, 1/4 inch seam allowance. Okay, that's now sewn. And again, I can trim that off. Turn it around, and then I just want to show you the folding. So I'm going to fold that up to meet the crease, like that. Grab another pin. Yeah. Last side. And then that'll be my first round done. So under the machine. And again, if you're not sure how far you're sewing, just lift that up and check. But if you sew over a few stitches, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Okay, I can trim that extra fabric off. And again, that important folding up to meet the crease. Look, we got a log cabin. So I'm just going to move out that pin. There's my first round. But can you see you've got those little folded flaps? And those little folded flaps of fabric add a lot of interest, but they also add an extra layer to the quilt, so you don't actually need any wadding. Right, next round. Now remember, the bit that I'm lining it up with is the raw edge of the strip. So if I wanted to, I could trim this back just a little. But ultimately, I'm lining up my strip with this crease running down here. So, layer that on. And you see I'm lining up this strip with this crease, which you can just about see. It's much more obvious to me in the studio. So let's sew this next one down. Yeah, it's a good point, Ollie. Ollie's just said in my ear, you know, I've just realised if you don't need wadding, you've just saved yourself, what, £30 plus on the price of your quilt because you don't need wadding? It's actually called a coverlet without wadding. a coverlet, but it's just as warm as a quilt. So I've folded that up and I'm moving the pins out. So again, here, line it up, stitch it down. I'll speed up a little bit now because you've got the technique and you'll see how quickly the block comes together. If you're afraid of any show through, darker fabrics showing through light fabrics, you can always trim them back if you want to. I'm just doing this quite quickly because I want to show you as much of the block as I can. Fold it up to the crease line, fold that with your fingers. I didn't need to use an iron at all. And then I'm going to grab a different dark print. Let's go. Do I have enough of that one? Yes, I do. Right, let's go with this. So, look, again, you're lining it up with this crease here at the top and this crease here at the side, which also lines up with my raw edge of my strip. Not these, because they're overhanging, but that's fine. I can ignore those. Well, you can trim if you want to. If you want to trim, you have to do it as you're sewing, because once you finish the block, everything's enclosed inside that foundation. To my mind, it's just adding to the warmth of the quilt. And it gives a really like weighted blanket effect. Yeah, you're not wasting fabric. I am going to take that off because that is a bit of a chunk. Okay. All right. How good is this looking? Next strip. This is all the brand new William Morris collection. Yeah, fat quarters, bundle of 20 fat quarters, that will do this quilt. Add your own lights. You could add one light or assorted lights. It's entirely up to you. Again, I'll trim this as you go. The first time I did this, I was just so addicted to the technique. Because you can see how easy it is. I mean, I'm not having to think about it because you're literally folding it up to a crease. Cute, beautiful, easy, scrappy. It ticks so many boxes for me. Got a message. Thank you. Good morning, Stuart. How far down each seam are you sewing down? Are you leaving 1/4 inch for the stopping point? No, I'm just literally going from the crease to the crease. So if I show you here, so this is the top of my strip, last strip. So I'm sewing literally from the very top of that strip and I'm sewing all the way down to the next crease, yeah. So you don't have to, so here, look, there's my crease running across, and that's where I've stopped. In fact, I've stopped about a stitch after... Oh, collapsing table here. I've stitched about one stitch. It's very forgiving. It's very forgiving. Okay, so if I just show you there, can you see? And if you thought that darker fabric was going to show through, just snip it off. It's easy enough to do as you go. Oh, gosh, everything's falling apart. Right, just fold that up. Good morning, Stuart. Thank you so much for explaining this technique. The folding makes so much more sense than I've been shown previously. Oh, thanks, Linda. Well, I hope I'm doing it right. I think I am. It certainly works for me. I think sometimes it's better to be shown, isn't it? And I like to pin those out. Okay, so I've got one more cream strip to add down this side. This is a 9-inch block because I used a 9-inch foundation square. You could do 7 inches, you could do 6 inches. I wouldn't go too big. I probably wouldn't go bigger than, say, a 10-inch square, just for handling, really. Fold it up. And I'll pin that. Okay. It's coming together. It is really coming together. And then I would just do, you know, my next round. What do you think? Yeah. Well, there you go. There you go. Manx log cabin. How cool is that? I just But I make no apologies for the fact that you're going to totally lose the next 4 days because you'll be doing that and nothing else. Right, morning all. You make it look so easy. Thank you. We'll try now. How would you back it? That's from Flo. Oh, Flo, that's a brilliant question. Right, so I'll show you what I did. So you don't need to quilt this. Now, traditionally, what it's done is done almost like a quilt as you go. So you work on the blocks and you've got a fabric on the back. So you would literally put the two together, turn the edges under and whip stitch them together. I thought that sounded like a lot of faff, frankly. So what I did was I layered this up like a quilt sandwich. I put backing fabric on, okay, but no wadding in between. And then I spray basted the 2 layers together. Now, you don't need to quilt these layers together, but I did want them to hold nicely. So I just stitched literally between the blocks. And then, can you see, I've tied my quilt together using embroidery floss and buttons just at the corners. And that's just enough to hold this whole thing together. And then I added a binding. Now, you could actually bag this out if you wanted. Bagging out, you make the whole top, put your backing on top, right sides together. So all the way around the outside edge, leave a turning gap, clip your corners and turn the whole thing through. And then you don't need a binding either. So that's a great method. I would still tie those layers together with embroidery floss. Now, I'm just going to grab Wheel of Quilting Volume 2, which I have right here. Because I just want to show you. Now, I've just shown you how to do Manx log cabin. But let me show you. So to start off with, this is $11.99. You get 4 different patterns. Excuse me. We start off with the history of the log cabin quilt. The history. And it's not as old as you think. It's not as old as I thought. I thought log cabin quilts were as old as the covered wagons. Discovering the prairies. You know, you build a cabin, I'll make a quilt. We'll all have beans for tea. But not at all. It was actually invented during the American Civil War as a means of harking back to those early times. You know, it's often when there are struggles, when there are dark days, hard times, strife, we often look to the past for a kind of comforting sort of reminder of simpler times. And that's how the log cabin was born. You've got loads of technical advice. Then, classic log cabin, jelly roll friendly, easy to make, 16-inch block, and 4 different ways to set just 16 blocks to make a 74-inch square quilt. It is so versatile. Then, first full pattern, curvy log cabin. This uses thin dark logs and thick light logs to create gentle curves. It's an illusion. Get the full pattern. Next up, fresh pineapple. This is one of my favourite quilts. I'm going to grab this. I love pineapple log cabin, but this is a quick, easy method that uses stitch and flip. And here's the finished quilt. I mean, still log cabin, but it looks so different. This is using tulip pink true colours and our midnight blue solid for the backing. So that's pineapple log cabin, full pattern for that. And then Manx log cabin. So there's the quilt. And here I showed you how to do all of this. Adding your fabrics, layer by layer. And then I've talked about how to tie a quilt, because you can tie any quilt, not just a Manx, you can tie any. And also how to quilt log cabins, all of that for $11.99. Viv's messaged on Facebook, she says, I love this technique, Stuart. It looks fun to make. Totally addictive, Viv. It really is. It is a rabbit hole. It's a rabbit hole. Morning, Stu. Lovely Jill from the Isle of Wight. Thanks, Jill. She says, I did this technique with my sewing group last week. They loved it. It's so much fun. It is so much fun. I'll show you the cushion I did first of all, and I'll show you a mistake I made, which I always say to people, don't do this, but I will do this for a reason. This is the first thing I made. This is the very first thing I made. And again, I used Tula Pink, True Colours. Now, I made a mistake, and I will show you the mistake. Can you see this log here is thicker than this log here? Yeah? And that's because I cut 2-inch wide strips, all 2-inch wide strips. This one, for some reason, I cut 2.5-inch wide strips. What that tells me is, if I use 2.5-inch wide strips, I can still make the Manx log cabin, but the logs will be thicker. They won't be as thin. That's the only difference. Yeah, that would work totally. Or you could do a mixture. You could do 2.5-inch, 2-inch, 2.5-inch, 2-inch, and you could mix and match. Loads of different ways you can use this technique. Great fun. Now, I mentioned earlier on that we've got 16 fabrics available by the half metre, and indeed we do. Indeed we do. I'm going to grab my favourites. I'm going to grab my favourites to start with. Let's do this. Do you need the codes? You'll be all right. Yep, Strawberry Thief, the Bedford Park collection. Oh gosh, I've only got 3.5 metres left of this. It's all in baskets. I will move on because that one's going to sell out. This is another one that I use. This is REUV 45. I use this on the back of my other cushion. This is gorgeous. Really Art Nouveau, swooping, and this would be gorgeous as a quilt border, as a backing. You could back your log cabin with that. How stunning. Everyone's multi-buying who's buying this. Yeah, I would say a fabric like this, you want at least 1.5 meters. You want to be able to use it for borders, blocks as well. You're going to need at least 1.5 meters. Now, if everyone in their basket who's got this in their basket buys 1.5 meters, we have sold out. Yeah, we have sold out. Not quite. I'm going to grab a couple more of my favourites. This one is gorgeous. Ending 39. Yeah, of course. It is HQ UV 39. Just so pretty. Really classic. And that duck egg background is gorgeous. Now, again, we've got enough here for everyone who's got it in baskets to buy 1 metre each, but no more. If you want 2 or 3 metres, be really quick. Isn't that lovely? This would be gorgeous for fussy cutting. Or stack and whack. Absolutely stunning. Stack and whack. Another favourite. CS19. It's so smart, isn't it? So smart. And it's quintessential William Morris. But what I love about this range is that it is lighter and brighter and more spring-summer. Because as much as I love these sorts of autumny colours, it's fine now, but I want to swap this out come February for spring. And now we've got it. We've got it. Yeah, it's those lovely spring colours. Now I'm going to grab this lovely soft pink because I use this as my accent colour in my cushions. And having something, this is RG94, having something that you can pull as an accent colour, even if you've gone for, say, the half metre bundle or the fat quarter bundle, I would get some extra of your accent because here, the binding, it really sets it apart and it gives it a character. Everyone who's bought this is multi-bought. I've only got about 10 metres left. All of that's in baskets. Franz asked, could the Manx log cabin technique be used on bags? Oh, 100%. You could absolutely use those log cabin blocks to make bags with. Beautiful. The stripe. The stripe. I do have a code, DX87. I just think that's lovely and just so useful. You could cut borders this way, bindings, lovely, but also you could cut it this way and potentially mitre the corners. Oh, I mean, stripes I always buy oodles of because they're just so much bang for your buck. Okay, another favourite, just the colour alone. They're all my favourites, okay, GM47, you sussed me, I love them all. This, interestingly, is a stripe. This is a stripe. I will hold it up so you can see. Do you see? It's a stripe. So if you wanted to use this as a border, I'll show you. I'd be multi-buying this one too. Just a hint there. But do you see? What a gorgeous border that would make. But equally, I just cut it up. And then the fact that it's a stripe is irrelevant. You know? So cool, isn't it? I'll tell you the fabric I didn't use and I wish I had now in my log cabin. I wish I'd used this in my log cabin because stripes in a log cabin are just so much amazing value. They just add so much. Well, I'm going to bring these two in because these are both just, I mean, again, I could just use them by the bolt, frankly. Delicious colour, that, isn't it? One of our shoppers today has bought 3 metres of this one. It's a brilliant staple. It'd be really nice for dressmaking too, wouldn't it? Really lovely for dressmaking. The quality is superb, as you'd expect. It's Free Spirit at the end of the day. It's Free Spirit and William Morris. Here's the same print in a gold. Again, I could use that forevermore. Lush. Now, you could treat this as your light. So, like here, I've used this print. I had this in my stash. It is William Morris. We haven't got this for sale. But I could have just used this. You can see it's almost identical, really, just a little bit more golden. But that would have absolutely worked. Or a combination of that and that, alternate strips. And I wouldn't cut with the stripe, I would cut against the stripe so that my logs would be like that. Absolutely gorgeous. Right, little bit of classic Strawberry Thief. Absolute classic Strawberry Thief. Yes. Lovely scale as well for patchwork. They're thrushes. I never knew that, but they're thrushes. I listened to a very good podcast about William Morris. Oh, no, there are 2. There are 2. That one. Now, do we have that? Because that was one I thought we didn't have, because that's this, isn't it? That's this one, which I've only got in the fat quarters. But, because I'm wondering which one is mineral. I'm just going to have a look, because this doesn't have... It is the dark one, the image is wrong. Right, so if you order, it's this. The image is wrong. The image is wrong. Yeah, I've only got that in the fat quarters. Okay. Do you want to do them all? Of course, we are overrunning, but it's okay. It's only me today, so only me. Yes, it's fine. Ah, it's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. I'll hold this up actually so you can see. It's so pretty. So pretty. Now, pretty is not a word I would generally use for William Morris fabric. Do you know what I mean? I mean, you know I absolutely love it. Pretty isn't the only way to describe a fabric, is it, at the end of the day? And even the florals, I think, are handsome and smart and classy. But this is a pretty range, which is rather lovely to have that point of difference. And even though this design is bold, it's also pretty. I love this really deep sort of Merlot and this gorgeous deep rusty orange as well. It's fab, isn't it? And this background of navy, lush, absolutely lush. This one's in danger of selling out, by the way, just a nod. I feel embarrassed to say my favourite, TY57. But I do. I just think this is absolutely beautiful. Again, fussy cut if you want. What about cutting your border like that? So you've got two rows of trees, yeah, like about a 6-inch border. Yeah, you can use these patterns to your advantage, or not, or not. This is the smaller version and a different colourway, different scale. You got that one, great. Sunshine. Just that, I don't know, it's just lovely. Yeah, I think it's really cool, really different. Very fresh, very fresh. Glorious florals, MH74. This was a very strong contender to use for the backs of my cushions. And then I thought, no, I shall use that somewhere else. So I've saved it. But I just thought there was so much going on there that I could use in a design. You can fussy cut, you could cut strips. I mean, just anywhere you cut this, it will look different. Sue sent me a question on Facebook. I'm going to read it. I'll answer it later, Sue. There's a good time for this to be answered. I know there's no such thing as a stupid question. This is true. But I'm curious, what are the advantages of using a 1/4-inch seam, like a 1/4-inch stitch on a machine, over using a 1/4-inch foot when sewing down on the faux foundation style log cabin that you just demonstrated? Well, it's Manx. I think maybe that was a spell check, wasn't it? The Manx log cabin. 1/4-inch seam over a 1/4-inch foot. I mean, I was using my 1/4-inch stitch to do a 1/4-inch seam allowance, but you're folding the fabric to the crease. You're not using the crease as your sewing line, like you tend to think of foundations. You think of those creases or those drawn lines as where you're sewing, but it's actually where you're folding the fabric to. If you've ever used a June Taylor foundation piece like Bag or Quilt, she's got a few of those with printed wadding, you'll be familiar with this technique where the printed line is where you put the fabric, the raw edge of the fabric, not your sewing line. It keeps you nice and accurate. My personal preference, by the way, between using a 1/4-inch foot or a 1/4-inch stitch on a machine, I always use the 1/4-inch stitch. I find 1/4-inch feet can lull people into a false sense of security. You think if you've got the foot on your machine, you must be sewing a 1/4-inch. And actually, it very much depends where you're placing your fabric, as indeed it does with the 1/4-inch stitch. I think it's whatever you get used to. Okay. You think it is? Okay. So all I would say to that is I was sent the half meters and I was sent this one by the half meter, but I was not sent this one because we did not have that in the half meter. But you think we do? Okay. Well, let's just give you the graphics again for this for a second. So, well, they both are. They're both in the new collection. I think they look great together. I think they look great. Okay. Okay. So Jen believes that the details on screen, mineral, mini strawberry thief, is this colourway. Is this colourway, not the dark. Okay, right, this one. Last two fabrics and then we'll take a break. This is monk's hood, yeah, monk's hood. They're aconites, also known as monk's hood, because the flower's meant to look like a monk's hood. You know, on a monk's habit, they have a hood, so they're called monk's hood or aconite. Deadly poisonous, by the way, plant, yes. But aconite was used medicinally, but yeah, the background's got texture in and it's beautiful. Look at that. It's that soft putty pink. It's great fabric, isn't it? It's really lovely. You know, when you get your fabrics home, spend time living with them. Pile them up on a table where you're going to pass. Keep looking at them, fan them out, play with them. Take some to your stash and see what you've already got that would go with it. This colour is stunning, isn't it? This is the last one. Kind of a blue-green, isn't it, really? Difficult to separate. Really, really stunning. Right. That's the little bit. Beverly's asked a good question. She says, I'm a bit late this morning. Good morning, Stuart. Good morning, my love. Does the quilt behind you come with the fabric and instructions? Right, so this quilt is from We Love Quilting Volume 2, Log Cabins. You get 4 different log cabin patterns. You get your classic, pineapple, curvy, and Manx log cabin, which is a totally different technique. So you get all 4 patterns in there for 4 different quilts. Now, fabric-wise, Beverly, fabric-wise, it's all William Morris, but I just used scraps. There's different collections. It's all what I had leftovers from lots of different William Morris quilt kits that we've done. But our brand new collection that we've got today is the Bedford Park collection. And we have got a fat quarter bundle. Can we just show the graphics for the fat quarter bundle, please? You get 20 different fabrics, and these would make the most gorgeous version of my Manx log cabin. You'd get the same sort of look, but it would be more like this. I mean, I've tended to pull the green fabrics out for this cushion, but if I was doing the whole quilt, I would just use all of them. And you've got loads of beautiful different designs that have this gorgeous kind of fresh spring. I mean, look at that one. Absolutely stunning. Here's your fat quarter bundle. And you get all of these, 20 of them. And I would just mix them then with your own creams and ivories and tans for the light part of the block. And I would use all of those. 20 fat quarters. You're saving £10 today as well, Beverly, if you get that. $79.99. Right. Okay. Just very quickly before we go to break, 2 top tips in the hour that we didn't really see, but the 9.5-inch square ruler from So Easy. I highly recommend this if you're doing your Manx log cabin. $16.99, such a handy ruler anyway. Great price, $16.99. And then the other one that we've got is the 15.5-inch square. I've got this one at home as well. This one I turn to so often. 15.5-inch square rotary cutting ruler. It's got all of your regular angle lines on as well for $23.99. So either of those would be an absolute boon in your ruler stash. Right. Slightly extended show, but that's okay. After the break, we're coming back with more amazing must-have tools. Great time to stock up your stash. See you after the break.
Kickstart the new year with a burst of creativity. New year, new hobby. Throughout the month of January, we are here to inspire you with new skills, new techniques and new demonstrations. To help you kickstart your hobby, we have an array of tips and tutorials just waiting for you. If you'd like to learn jewellery making, visit Jewellery Maker Tutorials on YouTube. For all of your sewing and soft craft tutorials, visit SewingStreet Tutorials. And for papercraft and mixed media, visit Hobby Maker Tutorials. So, what are you waiting for? Kickstart the new year with your new hobby.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to SewingStreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with SewingStreet. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. SewingStreet, stitching the world together. Did you know that we have 4 brands within our Gemporia craft family, including Gem Collector? So who are Gem Collector?
It's where the world of gemstone collecting comes to life. Whether you're just starting out or you're already passionate about this rewarding hobby, we're here to inspire and guide you.
Our channel offers an incredible variety of gemstones from around the globe. From timeless classics like rubies and emeralds to rare and exotic gemstones, there's always something to spark your interest.
More than just a showcase, we aim to educate you by providing so much more insight into each gemstone's origin, history, and unique characteristics, making it easy to grow your knowledge and appreciation for this extraordinary hobby.
Gem Collector helps you build your collection and connect with a vibrant community of gemstone enthusiasts.
Go over to our website or download the Gemporia app to discover how rewarding gemstone collecting can be here with us at Gem Collector.
Here at SewingStreet, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
I'm loving your company this morning. Thank you so much for being with us here on SewingStreet. Get your messages in as well. Loads of you messaging in. Now, I've got a little bit of loveliness to share with you. The chance of a freebie. This is our SewingStreet Sewing Journal folder. You could get this for free. You can buy one for $9.99, and for that you get... It's gone. You can get this folder for free, okay? You would also get one of these sheets which has got like space for you to put your project, your deadline, I like that, your size, your materials you need, swatches, sketches, things like that. And you could then photocopy that and you've got your whole file. You can get this for free. I'll tell you how you can get this for free. If you spend £40 or more today with SewingStreet, you'll get it. If you bought the Fat Quarter William Morris bundle, if you bought, I don't know, a few metres of fabric, some waddings, some best press, whatever, a quilt kit, you'll get the folder and one sheet free, completely free. If you've already checked out your basket and you weren't quite at £40, add something in. I've got things like rotary cutter blades in this hour. If you're a few pounds off, do that. You won't need to pay any more postage. Just combine your orders and you pay one postage. And one per customer. You get your file and you get your sheet. But if you want to buy the file, you can get the file on its own for $9.99. The details are on screen. That's your exclusive SewingStreet binding. You might want one for patchwork and one for dressmaking. We'll spend over £40 and get one free. and then buy an extra folder. If you want more of these sheets, so you don't fancy the idea of photocopying, all right there, Finn, you can get a pack of 30 pre-printed sheets for £4.99. 16 pence a sheet, cheaper than colour photocopying. Yeah. So you get those. You've got a little grid for planning out your blocks, notes. The other side is blank, so you can add extra notes. £4.99 for those. And you get 30 sheets for £4.99. So well worth getting those as an extra, even if you're getting this as your freebie. Remember, you only get one of the sheets. I think that works. Because actually then, effectively, you're paying just £4.99 for all of that if you've spent over £40. Well, that's a great deal. That's a great deal. I love that. Should we dive into the hour? We're a little bit late starting, but let's do it. I'm going to start just by mentioning this quilt that's hanging behind me. This is called Stars in the Cabin. And this is one of those monochromatic quilts where I just used loads of different shades of blue, plus my neutral background. This is a classic 2-block quilt, but this is in We Love Quilting Volume 3, Scrappy Stars. You get 3 different quilt patterns. Lots of history about star quilts and their origins. Some standard quilt sizes as well, which is useful. Here's that Stars in the Cabin quilt. The whole thing is explained. Also a technique I call no more tears / no more tears foundation piecing. You don't sew through the paper, you don't tear it away. You've also got this quilt, which is the Lemoyne Star quilt. This is a brand new technique for making Lemoyne stars. This is one of my favourite quilts. This is, I'll just show you a little. I do love this. To make those Lemoyne stars, you just cut squares and rectangles. It's like magic. It's like magic. So you get that pattern in there as well. And then your third pattern is for the Feathered Star Medallion, which is this one right here, which is quite big. But again, you get the full pattern for that as well. And there it is. This is foundation pieced. This part is foundation pieced. Then everything else regular piecing. Learns loads of good techniques, loads of cool techniques in there as well. And this, I think, is a 36 or 38 page booklet. So there is a huge amount of value there. And don't forget, you get the pattern for the Stars in the Cabin quilt that's hanging behind me. I just mentioned that first because I always get asked, whatever quilt's hanging behind me, I always get asked for the pattern. So I wanted to let you know where you can get that. Right, so in what's left of this hour, we're going to talk about sort of basics, essentials, if you're a brand new quilter or sewer, or if you're topping up your stash. I'm going to start with best press because fundamental to success before you start cutting or sewing anything is to prep your fabric. And I discovered best press in America about 15 years ago, and I've been using it ever since. I absolutely love it. Let's start off with the Citrus Grove. This is a 499 millilitre bottle, 16.9 fluid ounces. You get your spray as well. Your nozzle. I love this one actually. This Citrus Grove is lovely. None of the scents are really overpowering, but they just add an extra dimension when you're ironing your fabric. Spritz your fabric lightly. One spray is enough. You do not need to keep going at it. And then iron it. Get rid of any creases and it gives it a firmer handle. That is sold out. Now, if you want to top up your stash, this is the big refill bottle. This is 33.8 fluid ounces, 999.59. Oh, that has sold out too. Okay. Unscented? Unscented? Great. $11.99. This is the unscented one. So if you don't like smelly things, then this one, and it truly is unscented. I thought it would have a little bit of a chemically smell, you know, just of the but it's just neutral. It's just neutral. It's really no smell at all. So that's good. It doesn't have any actual starch in it. So if you don't like the flakiness, the white powderiness that you get from starch, you don't get any of that with Best Press. Also, starch is made from either rice or potato starch, or wheat starch usually, and that can attract insects. This does not have anything like that in it. So that really works. And then the last one that I've got is Tea Rose Garden. If you've never tried it before at all, if you've never tried Best Press, oh, that's sold out too. Right, okay. So we've pressed our fabric, we've got it all prepped. Next thing we need to talk about is cutting, rotary cutting. Now, what I've got here are the 4 different sizes of rotary cutter that are available. I'm going to start not with the largest or the smallest. I'm going to start with the one that we use most often, which is the 45mm. So rotary cutter, it looks a little bit like a pizza cutter. These are amazing prices, by the way. If you've already got a rotary cutter, you'll know you can't always find it. It's worth having a second or a third. If you want to encourage someone else to learn quilting, get them a rotary cutter, $7.99. If you run a quilt club or Quilters Guild, I really firmly believe that every quilting and sewing group should have spare kit for the people that come along who have nothing. Even to say to them, borrow this for the first 4 weeks and then bring it back. Start, you know, for $7.99, brilliant. Starting a new hobby can be an expensive time. When I bought my first rotary cutter, it was £35 for my rotary cutter. And that was a long time. You could buy a house for that. No, I'm joking. My dad used to say that all the time. Oh, I remember we could buy a house for £60. And I was like, Dad, you are not a Tudor. You could not. Maybe you could, I don't know. $7.99, and that comes with a 45mm blade. Any 45mm blade will fit that, whatever the brand, okay? So they're really good, really good. Strongly recommend those. Most of the stocks in baskets, I've only got teens. Right, this is one you might not have, but I would really recommend you get yourself. I got a 60mm rotary cutter about 2 years ago, and I keep it for when I'm cutting lots of strips, borders, when I'm cutting lots of yardage, because it's so much faster. It's a 60mm blade, and any standard 60mm blade will fit, okay? But it's brill, and these are titanium rotary blades, which are harder and last longer, stay sharp for longer. $9.99 for the 60mm. If you haven't already got a 60mm rotary cutter, I would highly recommend you get yourself one of these, especially while they're under a tenner. Yeah, honestly, you'll like it. You'll like it. Right, next up, we've got the 28mm. I would tend to use this for cutting around templates. So if you've got small templates, I would use this. Delphine likes to use rotary cutters for cutting out applique, and I would say a smaller rotary blade, lots of good control for quite precision work, 28mm. It's got a built-in safeguard while cutting as well. That's the 28mm. And then the smallest one that we do is 18mm. Now either the 28 or the 18mm I would use for cutting curves. So if you've got curved templates, I would use the smaller, probably this one. or for very precise cutting. You know, to get around a curved template, you can't get around a curved template with a big, great big blade because there just isn't the manoeuvrability in it. Whereas to cut round curved templates, yeah, perfect. $5.99. Now, we have got the replacement blades for all of those sizes. So what I'll do, I'll go through them from largest to smallest. They're great value. This is a good time to stock up. Let's start off with the 60mm blade. Now, this will only fit your 60mm rotary cutter. Doesn't have to be needle and bare, okay? Doesn't have to be that one. So, for example, my 60mm cutter. Ooh, I thought I brought it with me. Maybe I didn't. Finn, have you borrowed my rotary cutter again? No, but anyway, they will fit any 60mm rotary cutter. That's your blade, £6.49. I would recommend you get this. If you're buying the 60mm cutter, I would get the blade at the same, an extra blade. Obviously, you've got your blade in there. I'd get an extra. Your titanium blade is going to last a really long time, but I think if you've got a spare blade, it will encourage you to change the blade when you've noticed that it needs changing. If you haven't got a replacement, you might order a replacement, but you will carry on using a blade which you know is a bit blunt, and I don't think that's very safe. So get yourself a replacement blade now. Right, 45mm blade. This will fit any 45mm cutter. Doesn't matter what the handle's like, doesn't matter what the brand is. And again, these are titanium blades. So standard blades are like steel. This is titanium coated, so this is much stronger, much harder, much more resistant to chips and burrs and blunting. If you sharpen your rotary cutter blades, you can sharpen a titanium blade more times than a regular blade as well. So longevity-wise, these are the ones to go for. I've only got teens left of this. You get one 45mm rotary cutter blade there. It will last for ages. Right, next up, 28mm. Now, you actually get two replacement blades in here. So this is your cutter, okay? And this is your replacement blade. 28mm, you get two titanium blades for $5.99. Yeah, you could switch out the blades if you wanted, say, one for dressmaking, one for regular fabric, one for paper, one for fabric. There's really nothing in modern fabric that will blunt your blades faster than fabric, though. So I would say you don't need to switch between blades for paper and fabric, but yeah, lovely message. Hi, Stuart. I'm rubbish with a rotary cutter. Any tips? Oh, Maureen, of course, of course. Finn, would you mind just passing me my work caddy over, please? Yes. It depends what issues you're having, but I think one of the things is that just the way we hold our rotary cutter sometimes doesn't help. Thanks, Finn. So I've got two different Alpha rotary cutters here. I've got a stick and I've got a trigger. The trigger's probably my favourite, okay. What I would say, first of all, is this part here is ridged, and most of the time we use our rotary like this or like this, and actually what we should do is this and this. And as you're cutting, you've got that control from your finger and that downward pressure from that finger as well. So if you're not currently doing that, try it, okay. The next thing is the height of your table. These tables are all too high. We're trying to push from our elbow, and there isn't enough strength there. We should be pushing from our shoulder downwards, which means our table needs to be lower so that we can have an almost straight arm when we're cutting, so that we've got that, you know, kind of strength to put behind the cutter. Always make sure when you're rotary cutting that you're doing it in a controlled manner. Don't go hell for leather. If you're having to give it welly, you're trying to cut through too many layers of fabric, or your table's too high, or you need to change your blade. But it's about getting that balance of pressure right. To start with, only try and cut one layer of fabric. And I personally only ever cut up to 2 layers of fabric. I don't cut more than that. I used to, because I remember being told, oh, you can cut 8 layers of fabric. And that was definitely the message that we were given when rotary cutters first came out. Not accurate, not safely. I would go maximum 2 or 3 layers, personally. Right, last rotary cutter blade is the teeny tiny, it's the 18mm replacement blade. And again, you get 2 replacement blades in there. This is the rotary cutter that it fits, or any 18mm. Lots of you buying this, lots of you multi-buying this. You do get 2 blades in there. Really handy, really handy. So we've prepped our fabric, we've best pressed it, we've cut it. What's the next thing? Pinning. Pinning our fabric together. Oh, someone asked about my pins. I said I definitely want the magic pins. Do you know, I never used to be a nerd about pins, but I am now. I am now. And I'll just... Where's my other box? Where's my other box? Have I left them out, Finn? I was using one with my demo. Did I leave my other box over there? I'm only panicking because I don't want to lose them. Thanks, Finn. Look, I love them so much. I've got 2 boxes. I love them. I love them. Let's start with this, the quilting pins. This is the box of 100. I like this so much. I bought 2 boxes. Because I could. They're brilliant. I love them. Because I'll prep loads, I'll pin loads, and then I'll have a sewing session. Or, you know, I know I'll use one upstairs, one downstairs, one in my studio, you know. But even if you get yourself 1 box, they're absolutely beautiful. Let me just tell you, these pins, okay, so they're a good length for patchwork. They've got a silicone easy grip tip, so they are really easy to handle. You can iron over the top of these. I would not put my iron and leave it there for 10 minutes just to try and prove a point. But if you glance them with an iron, they're not going to melt. Did I ever find my toolkit that went missing? Vian, it was this one. It was this one. I left it behind and I had to manage for a week at home without it. All my favourite things in there. He also says, that was a brilliant tip. I was holding my rotary cutter wrong. I have the Millwood 45mm and I love it. Yeah, it's all about how you hold it. Thanks. Steph's got a message. I can see the headline, Stuart Hillard, secret battle with pins. I agree. Use the best tools you can afford. It's true. It's absolutely true. Use them, and don't be afraid to upgrade. I teach classes and people are using pins that are like javelins. Oh, awful, awful. So thick, so blunt, so... You know, good pins should be expensive. They should be expensive. Look after them. I tell you, if I drop one of these on the floor, I'm straight down on the floor picking it up and putting it back in the box. I never, ever leave these and think, oh, I'll get it later. I bought 100. I've still got 100. Yeah, they are. They're fab. They are. They're fab. Treat yourself. Treat yourself. I don't think you'll regret it. Right, that's that. We've also got the patchwork pins. These are basically the same, but a bit shorter. They're a bit shorter, and the pins themselves are a bit finer. I'll show you the difference, right? Can you... There's the difference in length. If I put the tips, yeah, it's basically the length of the tip, okay? And these pins themselves are finer. They're quite a bit finer, actually. Great for pinning your seams for patchwork. I mean, I got these ones, and I just love them. They are quite long. They are quite robust. But I like that because I haven't bent a pin yet. They're sturdy. They're just great for everything. These ones are finer, but they're brill. Sue's message, she says, I've so many tools, all the best I could afford. Some worth the money, some not. I think that's a very cool point to make. I could equip a small factory. Magic pins are in the can't work without collection. They're worth every penny. I would agree with you, Sue, totally. Like I say, I never considered myself a pin snob. But actually, I will admit it now, I am. Good pins are really worth it. I mean, when I first started doing patchwork, I didn't pin anything. I thought that was for losers. I was like, why would you waste your time doing that? Just hold the fabric and hope for the best. Well, I unpicked enough seams to teach me the lesson that actually pinning was a very good idea. And it was much quicker to pin and sew once than not pin and have to keep unpicking. So that's those. And then the last ones that I've got are the regular extra long. So if I put those together, so it's almost the length of the head extra. But they're the same thickness as the blue. These have been really popular too. This is a pack of 50 for £12.99. Well, they're brill. Whichever ones you go for are brilliant for dressmaking or for patchwork and quilting, any of these, frankly. If you do a lot of fine fabrics, I would probably go with the green. But otherwise, I think buy whatever you fancy or whatever you can afford out of those. If you can run to the 100, obviously your price per pin is considerably less for buying the box of 50. And look after them. Look after them. Right, so we've pinned our fabric. Let's talk about marking tools, okay? I've got a couple of different options. Because we often talk about friction pens, so we'll talk about those in a second. I've got two different, but let's talk about Roxanne's. This is like a chalk pencil. Okay, well, you get 4. You get 2 silver and 2 white. You also get 4 caps to put over the end of your sharpen, which is brilliant because if you just put it in your box, it'll be blunt. You also get your pencil sharpener as well, a double pencil sharpener, for £18.99. Now, these are amazing quality. Roxanne products are amazing. I love Roxanne notions. They are really good, really good. I specifically asked for this on the show. They are absolutely brilliant. And the silver and the white will show up on just about any fabric. So if you're marking half square triangles, stitch and flip corners, if you're dressmaking and want to mark the position of buttonholes, for example, easy on, easy to brush out as well. You've got full instructions. A damp cloth, equally, a damp cloth, or You know, warm water, a little bit of warm water, that will also get rid of the markings. You can use this to mark your quilting patterns too. So if you've got a stencil or you've got a template that you want to use for quilting, you can use these. They last, they really last. You've got 2 silver and 2 white. They will last you a goodly while. And of course, the benefit of these is that they won't dry out like a pen would. If you leave the lid off, the worst that can happen is you'll chip the point off, but they won't dry out. There is no such thing as the perfect marking tool. Okay, I'm going to say that. So friction pens will not always be a good choice. The Roxans will not always be the best choice. There will be some projects where it is easier to use or more successful to use a friction pen. I think it's important to have both or to try them. Yeah, but if you're working on a really dark fabric, and often I do, you want the white or the silver. They're going to show up. They're going to show up. Jeanette's messaged on Facebook. Thank you, Jeanette. She says, hi, Stuart. I bought the magic pins a few weeks ago. Game changer. They're brilliant. Never going back to ordinary pins. Isn't it interesting? You know, I was exactly the same. I was like, what's the fuss about? Why would I spend £20 on pins? And then once you've used them, you think, these are my good pins. These are my best pins. These are the ones I'm not lending out. I'm not going to be reckless with. Beautiful, yeah. And they seem to grip the fabric better as well. I don't know. I almost feel like the tip is barbed. I'm sure it isn't, but they seem to grip the fabric brilliantly. Anyway, Roxanne's Sharpen Cap Pack. Very, very popular. I've got 8 left when you've all checked out your baskets, so that's going to sell out. Yeah, love that. Right, let's talk friction pens. These look exactly the same, but they are not. One's a clicker and one's not a clicker. This is the clicker. I won't open these because we know what they are. You get 4 pens for £10.99. Now, that's amazing because don't we charge £3.99 for 1 pen? And that's £10.99 for 4. These are the clicker, so don't be looking for a button at the top. It's actually on the pocket clip. This bit here, you press down and it opens the pen up. Red, blue, green and black. No cap to lose. And it's a lovely fine line. Removable with the heat of an iron or the heat of a hairdryer or just friction. And also the box, you can put the top on the base to like support them. Then the other one is, it's just got a lid. It's got a lid on and a rubber at the end. That's the only difference. Also £10.99. So really, it's just whether it's a cap or not a cap. That's the difference. Yeah. Yeah. If you've got any questions, by the way, this morning, send them in. General questions, any questions, send them in. I'm here on my own all morning. So this is a great opportunity just to go slightly off-piste to, you know, if you've got a burning question that you want to ask, then do. Oh, we've got or a tip that you could send in. Antoinette, thank you very much. Hi, Stuart. Please don't forget to tell people to shut their rotary cutter before they put it down. Every time. I've learned so much today. Many thanks. Antoinette, thank you so much for reminding me of that. It's such a true point, and I always do this. This is locked. I always lock it before I put it back in. It's got a button to unlock. Okay. And then I love the trigger ones because when you squeeze the trigger, the blade's out. And when you let it go, the blade is automatically put away. These, I think, are very, very safe. Something like this, I always remind people, you cut, then you shut. Keep that in mind. You cut, then you shut. We never do that. We do not put our rotary cutter down on the table with the blade out. If you're ever in my workshop and you do that, I will slide up to your desk and I will put the blade away. And if you do it again, you end up in timeout. I'll do it for you once. I'll do it for you once. Right, that's marking tools. Let's talk now. Bondweb. Oh, hang on. Sorry. Oh no, this is from my sewing kit. I was going to say we've got this, but it's from my sewing kit. And just to show you as well, look, I'm a customer. I buy so many things from. Look, honestly, I'm like such a SewingStreet fan. It's the best though. I'm surrounded by amazing products. We've got them all here. Right, Bondweb. Should we talk small pack first? Fused applique. This is a sheet 17.5 centimetres wide by 1 metre 20 in length. Small projects, if you've never tried Bondweb before, it's a fusible gluey web on a piece of like baking parchment, basically. Trace your design onto the paper, iron it to the fabric, wrong side, cut it out exactly, and then peel the paper off, and that glue will now be on the back of your fabric. You can then stick it to fabric and iron it on, and it will stick. You can then stitch around the edge. Fusible applique, £2.99 for that. Keep the piece of paper on the Bondweb. Draw on the paper. We've also got, if you do a lot more applique, you want more, then this is a 5 metre roll. You get 5 metres on a roll. It's 30 centimetres wide. Great value. There you go, 30 centimetres wide by 5 metres for £23.99. I've only got 13 of these rolls left, and there's nearly that many in baskets. I thought this show was a really good opportunity to do all the basics. Not just for brand new quilters and sewers, but also, I mean, didn't every year in September, didn't we all go back to school with a new pencil case and new pencil crayons and a new sharpener and a new rubber? And as a new year, I want new things, I want fresh things, or I want to try something that I've never tried before. Last couple left now, we're in single figures. Ellen's got in touch to say, when I was taught, when I first learned to patchwork, to put the cover on the rotary cutter every time. I have seen what happens when you do not do that. Absolutely. I think the most dangerous is when the blade's out and you knock it on the floor or you bang into it with your arm on the table. It's easily done. If you get into the habit of always shutting the blade, you won't ever have that problem. Right, so that's our Bondweb. Now, I feel like we should talk ruler. Oh, you've got a bundle. Okay. And a mat. Oh, okay. Yeah, show me what it is, because I've not got the mat. Show me what... Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I got it. Oh, yes. Oh, this is great. This is great. So, let me show you what you've got. This is one of those times when you think, new year, new treat. So you've got your 5 metre roll of Bondweb, lovely, but you've also got the Millwood fusing mat. Now, when this came out, Delphine Brooks and I had a conversation about this, because we both said, do you know what? We thought we'd got every tool we ever needed until we saw this, and we were both like, I've got to have it, got to have it. It's a silicone mat, right, that you can see through for patterns. You can iron Bondweb straight to this, it won't stick. Yeah, you've also got a goddess sheet. You put this on top. So you can build up whole appliques on here, peel them off in one go onto your fabric and iron. You can do all your fusing, dressmaking, interfacings, bows linar form. Brilliant. And you're going to make a saving. It should be $48.98. You're not paying that today. New year, new treat for yourself. If you do a lot of fusing, you're saving £5. $43.98. If you do any applique or any fusing, it is well worth getting. It is well worth getting that bundle. Yeah, if you use a lot of fusible interfacing in dressmaking, use this. You will never end up sticking it to your ironing board or to your iron. You're also getting the 5-metre roll of Bondaweb included in that bundle. That's superb. If you want the fusing mat on its own, you've got the fusing mat on its own as well, haven't we? So if you just want the fusing mat on its own, we'll give you the details for that. This is the same one, $24.99. I've only got 2 of those left though. If you want the fusing mat, it's been really popular. It's oversubscribed. It's oversubscribed. If you want to save yourself an extra £5, buy the bundle with your 5-metre roll of Bondaweb. But if you want just the mat, $24.99 for that. Now, the other good absolute basic I want to talk about in this hour is your 6.5 by 24-inch ruler. 24.5-inch ruler, in fact. This is your Creative Grids. $28.99. This is your bread and butter ruler. If you have no other ruler, this is the one you absolutely need. You'll use this with your rotary cutters, any rotary cutters. Please don't ever use your rotary cutter with a normal ruler, okay? They are not thick enough. It is really dangerous. You must only ever use a rotary cutter with this. And don't use them with a steel ruler. Oh, I've seen people do that too. Gives me goosebumps. Don't do it. Don't do it. 4 split pays on this. 4 split pays, £7.24 to get that home. It is brilliant. Kate's messaged in from a very snowy and frozen Staffordshire. She says, we need one of those caddies of yours. Do you do them? No. Aren't they brilliant? What about if I did my own branded caddy? Should I do that? I should do that. I should do that, my own branded caddy. Storage solution. Oh, now you're talking. Now you're talking. Right. Loads of you with that in baskets. £7.24 if you take the split pay option. I think it's a really good time to do that. Right, now, I did have a load of waddings on the hour. I'll keep those for 12 o'clock when we do quilt kits you'll love. Right, in the next hour, I have got a brand new quilt kit, a Seth Apter. A bit of a stablemate of Tim Holtz. This fabric is dynamic, juicy, delicious, but also a little urban, a little masculine, a little bit grungy, and I love it. This quilt kit is beginner friendly. It is a beautiful 2-block quilt, much easier than you think it's going to be, and a great price too. See you after the break.
Kickstart the new year with a burst of creativity. New year, new hobby. Throughout the month of January, we are here to inspire you with new skills, new techniques, and new demonstrations. To help you kickstart your hobby, we have an array of tips and tutorials just waiting for you. If you'd like to learn jewellery making, visit Jewellery Maker Tutorials on YouTube. For all of your sewing and soft craft tutorials, visit SewingStreet Tutorials. And for papercraft and mixed media, visit Hobby Maker Tutorials. So, what are you waiting for? Kickstart the new year with your new hobby.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to SewingStreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.SewingStreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines, and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Need I say more? This quilt is absolutely delicious. This is Seth Apter. Now, if you haven't come across Seth Apter before, he is the most amazing mixed media artist from America. He's in the same kind of stable, if you like, as Tim Holtz. So, I mean, you know that I've absolutely loved Tim Holtz fabrics from day one. And of course, Tim is stepping back from designing. I was nervous about that until I discovered Seth Apter, who is quite a recent addition to the Free Spirit portfolio of designers. This is right up my street, and it's been so popular. It is glowy, it is multi-layered. The fabrics are so interesting. What I love, and I always say this, I'm kind of loath to say this because I don't like gendering fabric. But if it's very, very floral, it's pretty, it's soft, it's feminine. I love when fabrics have a masculine or non-gendered feel to them, because I feel very confident then to make this for a man, for a boy, for someone who does not enjoy feminine, pretty, gentle, doesn't want florals. And there are lots of people that do not want those. Not every quilt has to be pretty or feminine or floral. And this, for me, is a bit of art, isn't it? But equally is totally beginner level. Totally beginner level. The way these colours are working are superb. Right, size-wise, this quilt is 204 centimetres square, so a fraction over 2 metres square. Now, I'm just going to lift up 80 inches square, basically. So this is going to go beautifully over a single, a double, a queen or a king. Perfectly manageable in your domestic sewing machine. You've only got to get into the centre. That's 40 inches. That'll fit in any sewing machine. So you can quilt this at home. It's absolutely gorgeous. Right, I'm not going to mess about. Let's get to the price, and then I'll show you what's in the box. But let's tell you what you're going to pay. Let's tell you what you're going to pay. Should be $239.99. Brilliant price. Love that. $189 on the nose. Okay. 189, 3 split pays. Wonderful. Everyone who's checked out their basket, you might be paying £189 for it. £51 saving. Don't apologise. Yes. Come on. Yes. Yes. Let's do it. This is your final price now. I've gone all David Dickinson, haven't I? Sorry about that. I won't do that again. That's more like it. $169.99. That is your price. That is your price. I pressured Jen to do that. That's $169.99. That, remember, is 80-inch square. Everything you can see, your borders, your binding, absolutely beautiful. Now, this is flying out. I convinced Jen to do that. I'll take it on the chin. $56.66 is your split pay. $56.66. Love that. Love that. Should we dive into the quilt kit? It's called Crossroads of Colour. You can see there the whole... Isn't that just glowy? And it's got a jewel brightness. But equally, if your home is very neutral, this is just a little bit of colour. It's not overpowering. I think it's beautiful. We'll dive in. It's all Free Spirit fabric, so the quality is exceptional. How many in baskets, Jen? Oh, OK. Half my remaining stock in baskets getting checked out. You get your full quilt pattern in here. And I want to show you as well, these are your fabrics, absolutely gorgeous. You've got your cutting instructions. This is simple half square triangles, stitch and flip units. You're making 2 simple blocks. You're making an Ohio star with corner triangles. Oh, I've only got teens left. Be quick, be quick. And then you've got your square in a square on point with corner triangles. Again, just half square triangles and flying geese. This is absolute beginner level. But the way that the quilt is constructed, those 2 blocks together, colouring sheet for when you want to make your own version. The combination, suddenly you get these blocks extending into the next block, and you've got this amazing secondary pattern that all links up. It's the kind of quilt that particularly I think beginner quilt makers will look at and go, oh, I wouldn't know where to begin. Where's the block? How does it all join up? But actually broken down, it is half square triangles and flying geese. That's it. That's it. How many in baskets now, Jen? Oh, we're oversubscribed, folks. We do not have enough. I'm going to show you the fabric. It's like Christmas all over again. Now, I know that Seth is going to be watching the show on catch-up, because I think in America it's probably night time. But bless him, Seth, we've had lots of lovely chats now online. I hope I get to meet Seth one day in real life, because I really love what he does. But he's really into quilt making. And although he's, does papercraft and mixed media, he is really getting into the whole quilt making. So I think if you want a lesson, Seth, come over to Britain. You can come and spend the day in my studio. Look at that gorgeous, it's like verdigris, isn't it? You know when copper verdigris and you get that patina? This is it, but then overprinted with all of these stamps, you know? Delicious. This next one, no one needs to ask why I love that fabric. I love anything with words or letters on. It's super cool. It is super cool. What about this? There's that gorgeous copper, that fire. Absolutely delicious. It is that kind of mark making, and I've done several fabric ranges where I've added like mark making into it, things like indigo elements, and also hajime, had those kind of mark making. I just love that on fabric. It's that bit abstract. You've got those tonals in there, non-floral, non-gendered. This is going to work for anybody. You've also got this absolutely beautiful green print. Wonder. Yeah. The range is called Make Your Mark, I think. Yeah. Oh, my goodness, Stuart. That quilt is lush. Completely different to my beloved William Morris. My bank manager will be on the phone at this rate. Kate, it's the weekend. They won't be working. They won't be working. We should have been at our original price was £239. This is like a £60 saving. Am I right? A £60 saving. That's your wadding, your backing. I'm terrible at maths these days. £70 saving. Well, there you are. There's that gorgeous fabric on it, like a cream. I would be cutting these fabrics as frugally as I could so I'd got leftovers. Yeah, you always get plenty of fabric. This is one of my favourites from Seth's range. It's almost like a tweed fabric that's been abstracted. Absolutely delicious. It could equally be a blueprint or a roadmap or, a chain link fence. There's so many different ways you can interpret these fabrics, little crosshairs, and it's very, very cool. And the colour palette, divine, absolutely divine, very, very clever. On your mark, on your mark. You've got your border fabric. Way oversubscribed on this quilt kit, by the way. Way oversubscribed. This one right here, this is your neutral. When we had the fabric range, I said this would make a great neutral, and indeed it has. If you have a look at the quilt, you've got amazing contrast with your stars, with these here, but it's not stark. Do you know what I mean? It's not like a real like ivory or a cream on cream or something like that. So it keeps this amazing kind of intensity of colour. There's so much texture as well. It is very, very cleverly done. You've also got this gorgeous fabric. This is your border fabric, and I think this is a Tim Holtz. It is. Look, we've mixed just a little Tim Holtz. Now, if you are a lover of Tim Holtz fabrics, I know that you will adore Seth Apter and his amazing fabric ranges. Every one that I've seen work brilliantly. If you've got Tim Holtz fabric in your stash, know with confidence that these fabrics are going to work together. Yeah, they absolutely work together brilliantly. So that is your full quilt kit. When I'm doing scrap quilts, I often will pick fabrics by the same designer or similar genres and put them together. Because even though I could categorise by colour or theme or something like that, designer will also work because Janet Clare, Kay Fassett, Seth Apter have a style, have a handwriting. And so if you've got any scraps left, keep them, save them and use them. If you've got my We Love Quilting Volume 1, I did a bold braid quilt in that using all Tim Holtz fabrics. I can't wait to remake that using Seth Apter. I am saving my scraps. You know I'm saving my scraps. Right, let's do a little review of the quilt kit. Now, currently, there are 30 of you with this quilt kit in your basket. I don't have that many left. I don't have that many left. If you want Crossroads of colour quilt kit, remember this makes an 80-inch square, beginner level, but looks anything but beginner level quilt. Now, I just want to show you something. The deputy worked on a beautiful sample for the show. And what we talked about her doing was creating a smaller version. So if you don't want to make an 80-inch square quilt, so Deputy Joan made this, which is 9 blocks. 9 blocks plus the border. This, great size. I mean, I'll just pop that over me. Yeah, this is a great lap quilt. So you can see it's literally up to there. Square plus the border. Now that means you've got all of this left over. You could probably make 2 of these out of the same kit. Now that way, if you've got 2 single beds or 2 sofas and you want to have throws over the back, great. If you're gifting, twins, 2 friends, 1 for me, 1 for you. But equally, you could do the smaller quilt and then you could do maybe a runner, some cushions. You know, you don't always have to make exactly what is in the kit, what is exactly in the pattern. It's great, yeah. It's just gorgeous to have those fabrics. We're way oversubscribed on this quilt kit. We're way oversubscribed. At least 5 of you are going to miss out. I'll pop that to one side. While we're here, let's just talk about backing and wadding. And actually, before we do that, Finn is surpassing himself. Look what he did here with my 3 fabrics. I don't even know how he did it. He has created... I want a swan next. I want a swan. We've got 3 different fabrics for backing. These are extra wide. These are extra wide. Any of these would work. Let's start with this one. This is MCW181. Oh, excuse me. £12.99 for a half metre. Now, this quilt is 80 inches square. Right, so if you think a metre is 39 inches, so you're going to need 2.5 metres or 5 units, okay? 5 units will be plenty to back this quilt. It's lovely. And actually, hang on there. Well, you know the quilt I had up hanging behind me in the last hour, Stars in the Cabin? Well, I just... because I love it. I love it. If you're making this, again, 2.5 metres. To be fair, if you're buying backing fabric speculatively for your stash, up to 2.5 metres will do a queen size quilt. 3 metres, 6 units will do a king. Thanks, Finn. 6 units will do a king. And seamless. I've only got 0.5 metre of that left. Right, that's that. Next one, I've used this as well, but I haven't got the quilt with me today, but it's a really, really good, neutral, kind of goes with everything. £13.99. Remember, this is 108 inches wide. If you want to make your own duvet covers, pillowcases, it's a very, very economical way of doing it. Christine is a fan, Finn. She says, fabulous, Finn. Fabulous. I mean, he's just, the way he displays fabric, brilliant. I never have to rearrange Finn's fabrics. Oh, try saying that after a gin and tonic. £13.99. 100% cotton. Oh, then my third option, this is probably my favourite actually. Really love that glowy colour. I would use this. I would totally back it because it picks out, I think particularly, yeah, I would totally use that. Yeah, I think that's probably the best match for this quilt. And it's £12.99. £12.99 a half metre. 5 units. And on 3 split pays. Well, why not? Yeah. We had backing fabrics on split pay, and I think they've been left on, haven't they? £12.99 for that. Great. Yeah. I haven't got any waddings on the table. I've got this one. Let me have a look. I'll tell you the code. Yeah, JRZ W87. W87. I've got a feeling that's 100% cotton. Is that 100% cotton? Oh, that's an East 20. Interesting. Okay. Right. So, 244 centimetres wide. So that's going to be what, 90 inches, just a shade under 90 inches wide. This is 80-20. So 80% cotton, 20% polyester, needle punched. So this is lovely, firm, stable quilt wadding. 96 inches wide. Okay, even better. Great. This is perfect. Absolutely perfect for bed quilts. 80% cotton, lovely drape, lovely washable. 20% polyester gives it a little bit of extra loft, lightness, softness, and it does help it to keep its shape as well. So really good all-rounder. It's my go-to wadding. Pretty much every quilt you see that I make is 80. In fact, Charlie said to me the other day, it is the #1 question I get asked. I get asked every single time I do a talk. It is pretty much always the first question I get asked when we go to question time. What wadding do you use? 80-20. I've been using it now for nearly 30 years in my quilts. How old I am? 55 in 4 weeks' time. Trying to turn back the clock. Right, that is the wadding. It's brilliant. Yeah, really good, really good. Let's talk quilt kit. It's the Crossroads of colour. It's the Crossroads of colour. The fabrics are from Seth Apter's On Your Mark collection. Mark making, kind of inked, multi-layered. For me, it looks like the patina on copper, that verdigris, but also that sort of aged, layered, just very interesting. I love fabrics that invite you for a second look and a third look, where you look and you think, wow, look at that, it's so cool. There's your neutral. I love that this is the neutral. And you've got your border fabric as well. That's a Tim Holtz fabric there. You really have got oodles of fabric. You also get your full quilt instructions for an 80-inch square quilt. You've got your key for what each fabric is. Label up your fabrics first. You've got your cutting instructions. Now, the cutting instructions get you to cut everything all in one go. Personally, I wouldn't do that. I would find that so arduous. I would cut out enough to make one of each block to start with. Just one of each block. In fact, I would make one of each block in my own fabrics first. Work through the method. Make sure you understand, make sure you're cutting correctly before you commit your fabric, your special fabric. Use anything, first of all. And then when you're happy, then start cutting into fabric. And I would only cut enough fabric to make 2 or 3 blocks. And I'd make those blocks, set them aside, make a few more, set them aside. And before you know it, you'll have made all of those blocks and then start laying them out together. Take your time, enjoy the process. We are not making this because we desperately need a quilt, probably. This is about all the hours of enjoyment, choosing the fabrics, spreading them out, ironing them, cutting them. You've got to love every process, enjoy every part of the process. And when you're sewing, make sure you get regular breaks. And it's really tempting to just sit there for hours and hours, all hunched up, shoulders, you know, and before you know it, the neck's hurting, the shoulders are hurt. Take time out. Take time out. You've got full instructions. You've also got a colouring sheet and a swatch sheet for when you remake this quilt in your own colours. It would work in all sorts of different colours. This would look really superb done in William Morris. Kate, I know you're a big fan of William Morris. You could make this in your scraps. And, you know, because, like, for example, these squares don't all have to be the same fabric. These could all be different dark blues, for example. Or these could all be different medium pinks, for example. I've got 17 of you who are going to miss out on this quilt kit, by the way. I don't want you to miss out, but we do have very limited quantities now. You know, this fabric here could be one unifying colour. That could be a black solid. These could all be jewel bright solids, yeah, or tone on tones. This could be a plain black or a plain white solid. You could definitely do a really scrappy version of this, but you need your kit. Make the Seth Apter version first. And I think if you want to make a quilt, like especially for maybe like younger relatives, this would make an amazing wedding or engagement or new house quilt. And I think especially for people who are like a modern decorating sensibility, or a neutral decorate. If you don't know the person's taste, I think this would be fab. This would be fab. Yeah. Yeah, Pop in a question. Yeah. Hi, Stuart from sunny Chester. If I order 2 meters, will it come as one piece? Yeah. Yes, absolutely, Hilary. Any fabrics that are cut to order, any waddings that are cut to order, interfacings, bows linar form, unless it is a pre-cut piece, and we'll always explain in the show, this is pre-cut. If you multi-buy, you'll get separate. But yeah, for example, if you're buying 2 meters of your wadding, 4 units, it will come as one continuous piece. But also, keep any offcuts. You can join them together and make a Frankenbatting. Frankenbatting. Right, I'm going to pop this away. Last few chances on the quilt kit. Yeah, there's getting on for nearly 40 of you with it in your basket. We're heading towards, like, so many of you missing out. Oh, another message. Oh, dear. Oh dear. So much for New Year resolutions. I just bought the Seth Apter quilt, a present from me to me. These colours just sing to me. Oh, you know, I love a New Year resolution, but I'm much more in favour of resolutions that are about doing something rather than not doing something. Only buy fabric that sings to me. That could be dangerous, couldn't it? All of it. All of it. Right, let's have a little look at the kit and let's see how we make it. Do you know, I've put my glasses somewhere. Let me just hang on. I think if my bag's there, sorry. Let me just grab my bag. I'll have my I've got my glasses. I've got my glasses. I sewed without them earlier on and it was okay, but it wasn't great. Right, here we go. Massive thanks to Deputy Joan, by the way, who sorted out this demo for me. I just want to show you here what Joan does. Look, everything gets labelled with little notes and a pin. Binding, fabric H, binding. Fabric C, labelled up. Look, these are those javelins that we don't use for pinning anything other than labels on our fabric. They're fine for that, but we wouldn't use these for our... So we've got all our kit, look, all sorted, all labelled up. Deputy Jones like my right hand. Right, and we've got a number of different units that we're going to make. Starting off with Unit 1. These are cut at 4 inches, but trimmed when sewn. So, what we've got here, Unit 1, let's open up our pattern. Unit 1, half square triangles, using fabric D and C. So D is our, and C is our, okay? And quite simply, 2 squares, right sides together, okay? Oh, I've left my caddy over there as well. I've got a couple of pins here, but it's all right. Don't worry, I'll use these. Right, so pin together, a diagonal line drawn, and we're going to use a 1/4 inch seam allowance. On my FS 140, that is stitch number 46. Got it in the show. Got it in the show. Oh, thanks, Finn. What I'm going to do is I'm going to line up the edge of my presser foot on the left-hand side of the line. Okay. And I'm going to sew a 1/4 inch. All right. At the end, I'll pull the thread, keep it attached, turn the whole unit around, and then sew down the other side. 1/4 of an inch away. Oh, now my scissors. Oh, there they are. Well, I've just got some other things on the other counter, but it's okay. It's okay. Right. Okay. So you can see here, I've sewn 1/4 of an inch either side of that line. What I'm going to do now is pins come out. You can then either rotary cut or scissor cut straight down that centre line. Okay? That's going to make your half square triangle. Now I will just finger press this. Now your half square triangle at the moment is a little bigger than we need it to be, which is just as well really, because most of us when we're sewing, we tend to be a little on the wonk. It just happens, you know. Fabric moves, our stitching wobbles a little, it happens. Don't beat yourself up. The trick is make it slightly larger and trim it back. But when you trim it back, there's a particular way of doing it, and I'll just show you. So in an ideal world, press this with an iron, okay, and get it nice and flat. And then there's your diagonal line. Any ruler, rectangular ruler, will have it, but this is a square ruler. Sorry, it's on a pink mat. It's very difficult to see. But I've got that diagonal line, that 45-degree line, and I'm going to line that up with my diagonal piecing. Okay. Now, I've just got a little bit of fabric exposed on each side. I'm going to trim that away. Okay, there's one. Okay. So that's trimmed. Now I'm going to turn the whole unit around, and I want to trim this to 3.5 inches. Oh, now I'm saying that. These are cut at 4, trimmed to 3.5 when sewn. Oh, okay, right now then. So I've trimmed off a little bit too much. This is why we're always going to do this with our own fabrics first, because you know what, I thought, oh, that's fine, I'll trim. I thought they were a little bit bigger. I thought they were finishing at 4. So they were cut at 4. So rather than 3 7/8, they're cut at 4. So I've only got a little bit to cut off. Right, let's start again. So look, here we go. If I put 3.5 inches, that's the dotted line. I've barely anything to trim off, actually. All right, there's one side. It's still worth trimming. Look, there's just a little bit more in that direction. Whoops. There we go. And now we've got that perfect size and shape. Look, there's only a little bit that I've cut off, but it was worth doing. Absolutely. So, half square triangles, did you notice, by the way, cut and shut? It's in my DNA now. I can't not do it. So that's unit number 1, half square triangles. Easy, very basic, and I love the fact that you're cutting slightly larger and then trimming back. It means that everyone's units can be exactly the right size and shape that they're meant to be, okay? It's not based on skill. Right, unit 2 is hiding in here somewhere. Says unit 3. Unit 2, there we are. Right. As unit 1, but with a change of lettered fabric. Oh, okay, right. So look, we're just doing more half square triangles with a different fabric combination. So there's some half square triangles, half of them like that, well, not half of them necessarily, but some like that and some like that. So that's unit 1 and that's unit 2. Okay, good. Right. Unit 3 is flying geese. Flying geese. Now, these are done stitch and flip. Okay, stitch and flip. So what we're doing, we're starting out with a rectangle. This is our geese fabric. So on a flying geese, you've got the geese, which is the large triangle, and you've got the sky, which is the background. There's no such thing as a flying goose unit. It's always plural, because this shape here is a skein of geese in the sky. That's one of my favourite collective nouns. It's a gaggle of geese when they're on the ground, and when they're flying, it's called a skein. A group of crows. Is it a murder of crows? Owls. A parliament of owls. Right. Oh, they're off now. They're off now. Right. Pin. Okay, diagonal lines already drawn. Now this time, I'm not sewing 1/4 of an inch either side of the line. I'm actually going to sew on the line. This is another thing that makes this quilt beginner friendly, because I think any of us can sew on a drawn line, right? We've got a line to follow. Now, one thing I like to do sometimes, it really depends on the fabric, but sometimes I will sew the needle's width inside the line. Can you see where I've sewn here? If I show you, look, here's the line. Oops, I'll bring it over. Here's the line. But can you see my stitching is literally to the side of it? This is the corner I'm pressing to. And the reason why I do that is because that extra little bit just allows for the fold in the fabric. And what we want to do is we want to fold that back, and we want to make sure that it's a lovely fit, that it fits exactly. And if it does, great. We can then trim away that corner. Scissors or rotary cutter, doesn't have to be exact. Now, you don't have to go wasting this fabric. While you're here, 1/4 of an inch seam allowance. Stitch it, press it, and then I would just put this into a little box or an envelope, label it up, and at some point, I mean, look, it's all wonky because I trimmed it by eye, but that's fine, because in the future, I will trim that down to maybe a 2.5 inch square, and it will be perfect, and it will go in a scrap quilt, okay? So we've done one side, now I just need to do the other. So make sure that your diagonal line goes in the opposite direction. Quilt kits left now. I've just got low teens. If you want the quilt kit, now's the time to check out your basket. Way oversubscribed. There's nearly 40 of you with it in your basket, and I've only got teens left now. Right, so again, I've sewn just inside that line. Okay. Crease that back. I always do it with my finger. I mean, look, I really don't need an iron. And then trim. I know a lot of people, when they do stitch and flip, will stitch it, cut, and then flip it back. You get a much more accurate unit if you flip it while you've still got fabric behind and you've got something to check against. You've got a guide, yeah. So that is unit 3. And then I'm just going to show you unit 4 because it's just the reverse. In fact, I'll sew that last seam. I'll sew that last seam because unit 4 is the reverse of unit 3. And that is it. That is it. We've done all of the units. It's totally beginner friendly. Totally beginner friendly. the thing to concentrate on is accurate cutting and accurate sewing. Whatever your level of quilt making experience, if you can crack that, this whole quilt will go together like a dream. Right? So look, that's unit 3, that's unit 4. They're just the reverse. And that's everything that you need to make the quilt. Half square triangles and flying geese, totally beginner level. And then it is simply a case of putting together 2 blocks. Where are the blocks? I'll show you. So here is one right here. Here is a block right here. Okay. These turquoise triangles are the corners. Could you kill that graphic, that side graphic? Thank you. There we go. Right. There you go. That's your block. These turquoisey colour corners, these are your corners. That's your block right there. So you can see we've got a square in the middle. We've got the flying geese unit here, dark triangle, dark geese, and your neutral sky. And then we've got a half square triangle in the corner, half neutral and half turquoise. That's your first block, okay? Then your second block is over here, okay? Or should I go the other way? Oh, amazing. Right, so here you can see there's your flying geese, light geese, dark sky, different colour centre, and again, half square triangles. So literally these 2 blocks, this unit, this is just turned. In this block here, it's that, but turned. Everything else the same. Very, very clever design, very easy design. I do need to let you know I'm on single figures. I'm on single figures. Now, I'm just going to clear a couple of bits and pieces away. I always like, if I've time, that's a lovely lifestyle shot. Do you see what I mean? If you're making that quilt for somebody who's got a very modern house, perhaps somebody who isn't particularly screams, I would love a quilt, I think they would love that quilt. Do you know what I mean? Like my house, if you came into my house, you would say, oh, this is a house, they love quilt. You could make any quilt would fit, lovely, great. But like my mum and dad's house, for example, was very neutral, very modern, very clean lines. Most of the quilts I make would not have fitted in their home. That would have been brilliant. That would have fitted absolutely brilliantly in their home. It's very smart. It's very sort of designer looking. It's, yeah, just gorgeous. Beverly's message to say, amazing demo, Stuart. Would you consider having a QR code in your books with videos for your quilts? Oh, Beverly, it's a great idea. I'll tell you the issue with that. My publishers won't even let me have like loads of photographs. I'm allowed 2 photographs per pattern. Rather than sort of unlimited, you know. So the idea of doing videos as well, they just wouldn't do. I think videos are really good. That's why I love doing SewingStreet, because I can show you here and now how to do it. If there's ever anything you want demoed, it's always worth messaging in and asking. If I can't do it there and then, it all goes in, and next time I can, I will get the demo in. So, yeah. Helen's message on Facebook too to say, hi Stuart, lovely demos this morning. Thank you, Helen. Sue's message to say, I think we should all have a Deputy Joan to organise our projects. I couldn't agree more. But I found Deputy Joan. Deputy Joan is my teammate. You can't have her. Now, let's talk about 505 adhesive. Let's talk about once we've made our quilt, and we are now low single figures for the quilt kit, we need to layer it up. This is the 250 mil. This is the 250 mil. This is our working model. Yours won't look like that. This is one of our working models. But this is 505 temporary adhesive. And this is what we're going to use when we layer our quilt together. So I just wanted to mention, there it is, there's your very smart bottle. Right. So I just wanted to talk about how we do it. As we're having a demo-rich day. This is a treat for me as well, actually. This is lovely. Okay, so let's talk about how we would do it. So the first thing is, we've got our quilt top, we've got our backing fabric, we've got our wadding. Now, your quilt top, before you think about layering it up, what you do need to do is give it a really good press. Okay, and you need to make sure that not only is it lovely and flat and neat on the front, but it's also lovely and flat and neat on the back. Now, when we're prepping our fabric, things like this, and I press these in deliberately, things like this can happen. This will cause a lump when you're quilting. So you've got to make sure that this is all flat and this is all pressed neatly. Okay, you could always go in and give it a little spritz of best press and press it from the front and the back to get it really crisp and neat. If you've got long, loose threads hanging about, trim those off too. So prep your quilt top properly. Okay, next up, wadding down first. So if you're working on a table, you don't have to try and do the whole quilt in one go. Okay, we are going to lay our quilt top. Now you need to make sure that you have, now this is minimum and actually it's not really enough. That is more like it. You want about 2 inches of wadding extra on all sides if you're quilting at home, okay? If you're getting it long armed, you want 6 to 8 inches of extra on all sides, okay? Especially on your backing. Now, the reason why you want extra is because in order to quilt right up to the edge of your quilt, you've got to have something to hold on to or to put your hands on when you're quilting. Yeah, I mean, sometimes the argument is there's some shrinkage. This is not going to pull 3 inches of quilt into you. This is really something to hold on to. That's the real reason. That's the real reason. Okay, so how do we lay it? So we're not worried about the backing at this point. We're going to flip back. Okay, shake your wadding. Okay, shake your wadding. Shake your 505. And then what you need to do is you need to spray from 12 to 15 inches. Okay, now inevitably that is going to get some on your table. Okay, you can put a oilcloth sheet down if you want. You've got to get an even spray. Yeah? Not this. Otherwise, you'll get little wet patches. Then smooth your wadding back and smooth it out. From the centre out. Okay? That is nicely adhered now. Okay? Then you would move it on and flip back and spray your wadding and smooth it out, yeah? Once you've done the top to the wadding, then you flip the whole thing over, okay? So that the wadding is now on top again, yeah? Then get your backing fabric. Again, give it a really good iron first of all. It needs to be wrinkle-free. Smooth it out, flip it back, spray your batting from 12 to 15 inches, and that is basically elbow at shoulder height. I always say, think about it hairspray. You would not spray hairspray from here. You would spray a fine mist over your hair. You are trying to do exactly the same on your wadding. And that way you will get that full coverage of a fine mist of glue that will hold your layers together until you wash it, basically, or pull them apart. It will hold it really well. It's a very, very effective way of putting your quilts together, but only if you do it properly. You've got to do it properly. And if you do need to take your pieces apart, you absolutely can, and you can respray and you can rejoin. That is not an issue. Right, let's go back to the quilt kit. See if we have any left. Literally, I've got 5 quilt kits left. How many in baskets? 40 in baskets. Now remember, this quilt kit started out at £239.99. You're saving £70 today. It's also on split pay, £56.66. 3 split pays, great way. You pay 1 split pay today, £56.66. You'll get the quilt kit home in about 5 days. Yeah, it's brilliant. You get all of your fabric to make the top and your binding. Beautiful fabrics from Seth Apter's On Your Mark collection. Absolutely gorgeous. Even your neutral is amazing Seth Apter fabric. Full pattern. It's beginner level, as hopefully I have shown you today. And let's just talk quickly about how to quilt this. While you're checking out your baskets, don't miss out on your checkout, will you? If you've spray basted, you do not need to pin as well. You can add a few pins if you really want to, belt and braces rather, but you don't have to. Now, how would you quilt this? I think it's got a really lovely, strong diagonal in this quilt, and I would actually follow that through, okay? So I would use masking tape to join up this line that runs diagonally. Now, personally, I would extend that line right out into the border. And I would do that on every one of these diagonals, both lines. And then I would quilt them in both directions. That would give you a gorgeous double diamond crosshatch over the surface of the quilt. That will quilt everything, the whole quilt and the borders in one go. You are using a walking foot, you are sewing from one side of the quilt to the other. So you're not having to turn your quilt under the needle. You will sew from one side to the other, take the quilt out, turn it in your own home. You've got all the space in the world, then put it under and sew the next line. So that's a very, very achievable way. Once you've done all of that quilting, you could leave it at that. It'll absolutely be enough. But if you wanted to then, you have got, obviously you'll have double lines going through here, You've got a little space here. You could add a little motif if you wanted, a little space here if you wanted, but it's entirely up to you. Your whole quilt will be stable and quilted at that point. So if you wanted to bind it and then at some point go back and do a little hand quilting, you could. Literally 5 kits left, 41 in baskets. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, quilt kits you'll love, and I'll also give you a little rundown of the Brother FS140 sewing machine, which is our hero sewing machine of the day. Use the break time to check out your baskets on the Seth Apter quilt, Crossroads of colour, and I'll see you in about 3 minutes.
Kickstart the new year with a burst of creativity. New year, new hobby. Throughout the month of January, we are here to inspire you with new skills, new techniques and new demonstrations. To help you kickstart your hobby, we have an array of tips and tutorials just waiting for you. If you'd like to learn jewellery making, visit Jewellery Maker Tutorials on YouTube. For all of your sewing and soft craft tutorials, visit SewingStreet Tutorials. And for papercraft and mixed media, visit Hobby Maker Tutorials. So, what are you waiting for? Kickstart the new year with your new hobby.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to SewingStreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page. where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with SewingStreet.
Want to know what's coming up on SewingStreet? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with SewingStreet. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search SewingStreet.
Shopping with SewingStreet couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines, and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our SewingStreet app. Simply head over to your app store and search SewingStreet. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at SewingStreet.
Did you know that we have 4 brands within our Gemporia craft family, including Gem Collector? So who are Gem Collector?
It's where the world of gemstone collecting comes to life. Whether you're just starting out or you're already passionate about this rewarding hobby, we're here to inspire and guide you.
Our channel offers an incredible variety of gemstones from around the globe. From timeless classics like rubies and emeralds to rare and exotic gemstones, there's always something to spark your interest.
More than just a showcase, we aim to educate you by providing so much more insight into each gemstone's origin, history, and unique characteristics, making it easy to grow your knowledge and appreciation for this extraordinary hobby.
Gem Collector helps you build your collection and connect with a vibrant community of gemstone enthusiasts.
Go over to our website or download the Gemporia app to discover how rewarding gemstone collecting can be here with us at Gem Collector.
Did you know at SewingStreet that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the SewingStreet app. Head over to your app store now and search SewingStreet and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with SewingStreet. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. SewingStreet, stitching the world together.
Here at SewingStreet, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to SewingStreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
It is so good to have your company today. It's been such a fun morning. I just want to say thank you so much for all the messages. I went in the gallery during the break time and I was reading lots of... hasn't been time to read them all out, but thank you so much for all the messages you've sent in. And I'm really glad that you've enjoyed the chance that I've had this morning to do extra demos and, you know, little things that I would love to be able to show you all the time, but we're just a bit time poor often. I am going to talk about the sewing machine in a second, but I can't not mention this incredible quilt that's hanging behind me. I've never seen this before. The fabrics are exceptional. They are absolutely beautiful. Have we got the kit for this? Because I can't see the kit in front of me, but we have. It's called the Billy Roo? Is it Billy Roo? Crosshatch quilt kit. 162 by 162. It's batiks. I think it's incredible. It's really beautiful. That is beginner level, by the way. It's stitch and flip and squares, and you're going to make a saving. Yeah. 76.66 is your split pay. Wow, that's its best ever price. That it was on at 179.99 when it was on air being demoed, but you've just saved an extra £5. I think that is stonking. That is a gorgeous quilt. I think that is a beautiful quilt. Really lovely. Can you see here? I'll just show you very quickly what your units are. So you've a unit here, okay, which is just a big square of this fabric and 2 stitch and flip corners. So a square, draw the diagonal, sew and flip it back. We did that earlier. So make 4 of those. And then here you've got square plus square, square plus square, square, long rectangle, square, and square plus square. So you literally sew that to that to that. That's a long line. That to that to that, long, and then join the 3 pieces together. That's your block. That is your block. Oh, there it is. Sorry, Finn. It was right in front of me. There it is. I'll just show you this. This is absolutely flying out. This is flying out. I'll just show you what you get in the kit. Oh, that is lovely. Look at these. I said they were batiks. They're actually digital prints. Aren't they amazing? That's lush. Absolutely. Wowza. Look at that. This is like looking down a kaleidoscope. These are so beautiful. Yeah, that is lush. You've got this sort of, oh, do you know, I'm going to do it properly. Let's do it properly. Let's look at all this gorgeous fabric. Can't resist. Look, Billy Roo. Yeah, Billy Roo. Oh, you see that? I love that. I wish I'd designed that fabric. Oh, Billy Roo is an architect and artist and quilter. Oh, now that is quite a... Oh, hello, Christmas. Oh, wow. And that is exceptional. Really beautiful. It's kind of modern, fresh. There's your neutral. This is not advanced beginner. This is beginner. This is not like I've never sewn two pieces of fabric together beginner. I don't mean like that. I remember reading a book once and it was like, unless something could literally be done by somebody who'd never picked up scissors, they wouldn't call it beginner level. And no, I'm not going to do that. This is beginner level quilt making. This is simple squares and stitch and flip corners. It doesn't get much simpler, but the effect is absolutely stunning, isn't it? And that border that looks almost hand quilted, it almost looks like Sashko, hand quilted border, I think is lush. Pattern tells you exactly what to do. It tells you how to make the whole thing. All of your fabrics as well. I'll show you on the pattern, look. All of your fabrics are labelled and you've got your different letters. Yep. Because you've got two fabrics that are used for the crosses. I'll show you. You don't instantly see that, but every single one of these, it's all the same. These are all the same. It's just this fabric and this fabric that changes. So you're just switching out two fabrics. So much easier than it looks. It's proving very popular. I think if just for a fabulous collection of fabrics. Oh gosh, I've only got 9 left. Oh, ask me a question. Ask me a question. Stuart, do any of your books on quilting advise on colour placement? Your New Mexico design gains a lot from your choice of where to put the colours. Janet, bless you for that. Thank you. Do any of your books advise on colour placement? Yes, I do put advice on colour placement, and I often talk about it as well. Obviously, with something like this quilt, you've got a pattern which tells you exactly where to place the different fabrics. And actually, making quilts like this that look random but actually aren't, very carefully planned, is a very good way of gaining confidence or gaining the skills for, well, how have they made it balanced? I think one of the things that I always do is I try and make my blocks, if I'm making, say, 49 blocks and I'm going to set them 7 by 7, I will try as far as I can to make my blocks in sets of 4. At least 2. The reason why I do that is because if I've got 2 blocks that are the same, I can have one over here and I can have one over here. One here and one over here. And actually, can you see that is exactly what they've done? Not exactly opposite, but can you see? You start to spot it, and it's to balance the colours. If you had one orange there and nowhere else, your eye would be drawn to that and it would glare. I always say, if a block or a fabric looks weird in your quilt, the first thing you should do is add more. Not take it out, add more. Because the fact that it's drawn your eye could very well mean that it's that gorgeous little bit of spice, that little bit of glow that will make your quilt woo, wow, rather than a, that's nice. And we want our quilts to be, wow, that's gorgeous. And sometimes it's really nice if it's hard to understand why a quilt makes you go, ooh, that gave me goosebumps. Why? But that's a simple way of doing it. I always advise as well making extra blocks when you're making a quilt so that you've got more to play with. If you need 49 and you make 49, you have to use all of them, even if some of them really end up not working, because no one wants to get the sewing machine out again when you think, I've finished. So make 55 blocks with a few different extra colours. You've got more to play with, and then those 6 blocks that were not needed for that, you can make up into cushions, you can piece them into the back, you can do a runner, you know, you can put them into a charity quilt. But just having those extras, you won't even notice it while you're piecing, but they will come in handy. Now, if you want the crosshatch quilt, you will have to be ever so quick because you're loving it. You're loving it. I've got 3 left. Right, let's talk about the sewing machine just quickly because it's a great one. It's a great machine and I've been loving using it recently. It's the Brother FS140 sewing machine. You're saving £20. It should be £369. And actually, when you look at the package you're getting, it's a fabulous deal for £349. You've got 140 stitches on the machine. You've got a full alphabet, numbers, punctuation. I mean, that's exceptional. Try comparing this with a 5 Series Elna. Similar sort of price range, £350, £500. You get a dozen stitches, no alphabet. I mean, it's amazing value. You've got, I think, 8 different buttonholes. You can, you've got all of your feet that you would expect from a regular sewing machine. So things like zigzag, zipper, blanket, monogramming foot. You get a walking foot included. That's £40 worth of kit added. You get your darning or quilting foot added. That's another £17.50. You get an extension table. You've got your free arm. You can drop your feed dogs. You can use this with or without the pedal. You've got speed control. You've got a memory that will hold up to 50 different combinations or 50 letters, spaces. You can even combine some of the decorative stitches together to create new stitches. You've also got about a 6-inch throat space. This is plenty of throat space. If you were quilting this quilt, plenty of space in that machine to quilt it, plenty. And you've got your walking foot and your darning foot included for under £350. I mean, it's exceptionally good value. Exceptionally good value. You've also got a 3-year warranty with Brother. It is a Brother sewing machine. You know that it's going to be a fabulous machine from Brother. Great support, easy to use. And as I say, you've got 100 stitches there on the front. All of your utility stitches, your buttonholes, your special patchwork and quilting stitches as well. Lots of heirloom and decorative stitches. At the top, you've got another 40 decorative satin stitches. There's your 140 stitches. And then if I tilt the machine forward, look, there's your alphabet, your numbers, your European accented letters and your punctuation. So if you want to do things like quilt labels, easy, easy. You've got that extension table as well. It's a terrific machine. Having that extension table is really useful because it extends the working area, it extends the support. If you're working on a quilt, for example, or a big project, gravity is not your friend, okay? So anything that you can do that supports the weight of the fabric and gives you a bigger area for your hands, for example. Now you think back to really old sewing machines, they just had a free arm. They didn't have even the accessory box, okay? Hardly anywhere for your hands. You've got a little extra with the accessory box on, but for real support for your hands and your project, put your extension table on. Now, if you had to buy your extension table separately, it never works when I try and do this back to front. I should learn my lesson by now. If you had to buy your extension table, you're looking at about £50 for an extension table for a machine. You get this included. £50 for an extension table, £40 for a walking foot, £17.50 for the darning foot. We're already over £100. That means that you're paying about £250 for the machine. I would say to anybody, don't buy a sewing machine that's only £250. It won't be any good. Actually, it's amazing because it's Brother and it's SewingStreet and it's a brilliant package. Been a Brother ambassador for a while now. Brother was my first ever computerised sewing machine. Love 'em. Love 'em. I spend a lot of time working with Brother and a lot of time sewing on my Brother's sewing machine, so I know these machines inside out. If you want a full demo, 20th of October last year, you can watch it back. That was with Jen when we launched the machine. Right, let's do some more kits. What should we do? Shall we do Hot Snowball? Hot Snowball. Comes with the book, Quilts in London. The quilt is actually in the book. So there isn't a separate pattern in there, it's in the book. Should be 289. It's absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. It's a big box of fabric. Let's crash the price. Let's crash the price. Wow, that's really good. That's really good. You're getting the whole book as well. Is it signed? Ooh. Camden Lock Market. Camden Lock is one of my favourite places to go in London. I love walking from Camden Lock to Little Venice. It is the most gorgeous walk. It is such a lovely walk. Did you? Jen got engaged. Oh, in Camden, that's lovely. I think it's just a great area, and I love Camden Market as well. It's really interesting, and it's just a cool place. All that beautiful fabric in there. The box has all been taped up shut, so I can't get into the box. Right, let's have a look. Ooh, yeah, let's look at Catherine Wright. We've got two of those. Yeah. So this is the Happy Place quilt. This is using absolutely gorgeous. These are all linen textures from Macawa. And then you get a white Rose and Hubble solid. So look, you've got your beautiful blues. 2nd of January. 2nd of January if you want the demo. And you're going to save. That is a very, very good price anyway, to say that you've got all of this fabric. That's amazing. It's under £100. So you get all of your solids, all of your linen textures. You get a big chunk, 2 meters of white solid as well. There's your quilt pattern. 72 inches square. You're going to learn a lot. Half square triangles, quarter square triangles, stitch and flip. You're going to make some blocks. You're going to add pieced borders. You're going to do some Seminole patchwork. That's cool. We had a couple of questions, didn't we? Didn't James have a question? Time to answer all of them, but I'll answer as many as I can. There was a question. I did answer it at the time, though. Here we go. Morning, all. What are your top tips for keeping everything organised, especially when space is limited? James, if I had the answer to that, I'd be a rich man. I would say, clear the decks, first of all. Right, because when you're working, like if you work on the kitchen table, and I often work on the kitchen table because it suits me to, the first thing I have to do is get rid of the placemats and the vase of flowers and the salt and pepper pot and any other bits and bobs, the posts that I've left there from yesterday. I have to move those off first, clear the decks. That helps massively. If you've got pets, I would say if you can, shut them out. yeah, while you're working as well. So your working space, try and keep that as clean and clear as possible. Try and keep your desk clear and clear as possible if you can. I think having a storage caddy for your tools that you use all the time is really useful. We sell lots of different kind of caddies and boxes as well. And just have like your basic, I always use this toolkit in there so that you only have to grab one thing on the table and you've got all your tools that you need. If you need specialty tools, well then you store them somewhere else. But that's all your everyday tools. And then, as far as everything else goes, I mean, I have bought those like storage units from IKEA, you know, with the big plastic bins for fabrics and scraps and things like that. I use those a lot, so my fabrics are kind of organised. But I would say, James, you know, it's a constant battle that I fight and lose and occasionally win, where I'm clear enough space to do what I need to do, and then it goes back to kind of the chaos. But I think if you can do, even once a year or once a season, have a good old sort out, that helps massively. But clear the decks before you start working and have a toolkit box or caddy is a good tip. Let's have the other question we had. I hope that helped. Sonia messaged too to say, hi Stuart, loving the show. If you have to measure, for instance, 4 3/16, how would you measure the 16ths? That's a really good question. Let me grab a ruler. I'm using the 6.5 by 24.5 inch ruler, which we had in the show today. And I'll just open out this white fabric for a second. And let's just look on the ruler. Okay. So, if you have a look like at this square here, so the whole black square is 1 inch, okay? And then you've got these white lines that sort of almost look a bit grey against the white fabric. So this is 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch, 3/4 inch, and then that black line's your full inch. So those are the markings that we've got actually across the square. Then in between those lines, you've got another little black line, and that marks the 1/8 inch. So we've got 1/8 inch, 1/4, 3/8 inch, 4/8 inch, which is also 1/2 inch, of course, 5/8, 6/8 or 3/4, 7/8, well, we use that quite a lot for half square triangles, and then the full inch. Now, what Sonia's asking about is a 1/16 inch. Well, if I put my thumbnails either side, that increment in the middle, that is 1/8 inch between those two lines. So slap bang in the middle of that is a 16th. So it's simply finding the point between, midway between two lines, is your 1/16 inch, okay? Would I ever write a pattern that had 1/16 inch in it? No, personally I wouldn't. Would I be inclined to go bigger and trim back? Probably. Even would I go to the 1/8 inch and then when I sew the seam, maybe just sew it ever so slightly bigger and let a little bit of fabric hang over? I think once you've sewn your unit, measure it, and if it's the right size, bingo, you've done it. But that's where the markings are on your ruler. They're not there, but they're just halfway between the markings that are. I hope that helps, Sonia. It's a really good question, actually. I'm glad you asked. Right, that's that kit. That's the bright. And then we've also got this one, which is a really lovely kind of striking. Love this. The colours are gorgeous. You're making a saving again. £4.99, £5. Ooh, lush. Lush. And then you've got that grey solid. And your pattern. Oh, it's upside down. Well, it's not. The pattern was. inspired by a trip to Portugal. Now, I'm just going to mention again, I haven't got the folder here, but if you spend £40 or more today, you can get our brand new and exclusive Sewing Street sewing folder. It's a gorgeous folder. You get an insert as well for planning out your quilts and projects. In fact, I do have it here. I've got it right here. I've got it. Yeah, baby, I've got it. Right, so there's your folder. Okay. The sewing journal. Okay, and you also get one sheet, which you can photocopy. Okay, it's allowed, it's fine. Materials needed, bought from, quantity, cost, fabric swatches, a little sketch of your blocks. You've got squared paper there, some notes. You could photocopy that to plan out your projects. Or for £4.99, you can actually buy a pack of 30 printed sheets. These are all printed for you. That's cheaper than photocopying at your local library and probably cheaper than buying ink, that's for sure. Yep, my local library, 50p a sheet for colour photocopying, and this works out at 18p. Yeah, 18p a sheet, so much cheaper. £4.99 for those. But you can get the file for free if you spend £40 or more today. You'll get this for free, added to your order, plus that one sheet for copying if you want. If you want to buy the folder, you don't get any sheets with the folder. If you buy the folder on its own, you can get it for £9.99. I would say, if you're buying a few things today, just get your order over £40 and get the file and one sheet for free. And then I'd buy the extra sheets for £4.99. You know, we've had lots of basics today. Rulers on split pay, those square rulers, the 9.5 inch and the 15.5 inch square ruler, brilliant. We've had things like waddings, and we've had best press, 505, rotary cutters and replacement blades. These are all good things to top up on. And if you need to make your order up to over £40, that would be the way I would go. Or get yourself something like 2.5 metres of extra wide backing fabric to back your next quilt. Go for a neutral and you know it will work. So many messages. It's been lovely spending the morning with you. It really has. I've really enjoyed this morning. I'm always a bit nervous about spending all day on my own, but I wasn't on my own. You were here. And also Jen and Ollie and lovely Finn as well have been here with me all morning. Christine says, I got my SewingStreet planner yesterday. It's absolutely perfect for my dressmaking projects. Christine, that's fab. Lots of photos in there as well. Keep almost like a record of what you made and how. It's lovely to look back on. Yeah. This time next year, look back, see what you were up to. Now, can I do this quilt next? Because this is a bit of me. This is called Ebb and Flow. I would absolutely love that quilt at home. That would go in my house. Lovely, that would. Sandy Gervais. Now, I tell you what, a fun fact. The first thing I ever designed for a magazine was a table runner, and I used a Sandy Gervais charm pack. The box is lovely. It's magnetised. I just love that. I always keep these boxes. I've done a few of these kits, and I always keep the boxes for storage. James, storage. And things like panettone tins. I've been getting through a lot of panettone over Christmas. I always keep the tins for yarn. But look at these lovely fabrics. You get the full pattern. And then these fabrics have got a real kind of country, bit vintagey. There's so many fabrics I'll show you. Because you've got what you need. So you've got loads of variety. I love fabrics like this. Look, like a ticking stripe, like mattress ticking. That's gorgeous. It's lovely soft florals. Yeah, Sandy Gervais is a great designer. There's a lot of different fabrics in this kit. Lots and lots. If you're a fabric lover, Frankly, we all are. Look, there's your border fabric and your chain fabric. There's your background fabric. That's a healthy old chunk of fabric there. You've got masses of fabric. And then you've got that wonderful pattern as well. Now, your finished quilt is 77 inches square. That's big. That's just 3 inches smaller than the Seth Apter quilt that we had on earlier on. Do you want to see what price you're going to pay for this? Make it good, Jen. Let's finish on a high. Oh, I think that's a great price. 184.99. Oh, look, that pattern's adorable. Ebb and flow. That's gorgeous. 2 blocks. Yeah. Easy. There's 1 block. There's the other. So block 1, 2 rectangles sewn together at squares. That's it. This one, squares, rectangles. That's it. Easy peasy. And you see, I love an easy to piece quilt. Life's challenging enough, isn't it? Don't you think, Sheila Halliwell? Life can be complicated enough. We don't need to make life harder by making crafting hard. Not at all. Sheila Halliwell's up at 1 o'clock on Hobbymaker. Old mate of mine. Thank you, Stuart and Sewing Street team, for such a lovely, informative morning. Oh, Claire, thank you. We've all had a great morning here as well. Thank you so much for the messages. They have been wonderful. We haven't been able to read out everyone, but I've been reading all the ones in between. I hope I've answered as many questions as I could. If there are any more, you can still get them in. We've got 15 minutes. Right. What's next? Tula Flow? Tula Flow. You had it on yesterday, okay. Oh, it's gorgeous. Bargello. Bargello. But with Tula Pink True Colours. That's stunning. Was there a price drop? Oh, that's a lovely price drop. I'm ready. 3 split pays. Here we go. Take me to heaven, baby. Have I missed a split pay? What was it? Come on. Hurry up. Now. 46.66. Look at that. That's great. It's beautiful. I love the fabrics and the colours too. For me, actually, Tula Pink True Colours are my favourite Tula Pink fabrics because they're tonals, they're polka dots, there's stripes, there's small like ditzy florals and things like that, but in her signature, gorgeous, saturated kind of pastel colours. I think they are so useful, really easy to work with, easy to live with, and I think this is a stunning quilt. Absolutely stunning. And a great price. This is 122 by 153 centimetres. Great lap quilt. This is a great technique. It's really quite simple to do. Great on a single bed, great on a sofa. Lovely as a lap quilt. These look complicated. They are actually very simple. Lots of you with this in your basket. Lots of you checking out too. Well done. Very well done. We're almost down to single figures on this. Yeah, I think that's stunning. I like that a lot. We are highlighting, by the way, today, the Brother FS 140 sewing machine. This is the day to get it because you said if you bought this tomorrow, you'd spend an extra £20 on this. If you get it today, you're saving £20. Tomorrow's 369, today's 349. 140 stitches, walking foot included. Darning foot included, extension table as well. Gorgeous. Such a great machine. Such a great machine. Now, earlier on, we had the Seth Apter, beautiful Crossroads of colour quilt. That has sold out. Well done if you managed to get that. Brilliant. We also had the beautiful William Morris Bedford Park collection. Now, good news. Good news, bad news. The good news is the mega bundle with 16 half metres, I have got single figures left. That's great news. It's great news because we've got single figures left. The bad news is there are, well, 50, 60 of you with this in 60 in baskets. And I've got 9 bundles left. If you want to get hold of this bundle, some of the fabrics on their own, by the way, have sold out completely, which means we can never remake this mega bundle. This is your last chance to get the mega bundle. Make some cushions, make some quilts. You've plenty there. You've plenty there. I loved working with it. If you want the pattern for the Manx log cabin, the pineapple log cabin, regular log cabin and curved, go for We Love Quilting Volume 2, the log cabin collection. But don't blame me if you lose the next 3 weeks to Manx Patchwork, because once you start doing that, you will fall down a rabbit hole and I don't know how you get out of it. It's such an addictive technique to make. And here's the good news. You don't need to quilt or layer Manx Patchwork. I was asked, a couple of you messaged in to say, how do you join Manx Patchwork blocks together? So if you're doing it my way, which is to put a backing on as well, then all you do is you put your 2 blocks together, right sides together, and sew with a 1/4 inch seam. I pressed my seams open because you've got a foundation plus the fabric on top. So those seams would be bulky if you press them one way or the other. So press them open. And then once I'd put my whole quilt top together, I just layered it with a backing on the back, pinned, or I spray basted the 2 layers together. And then I tied the quilt together with embroidery floss and buttons. You could, I did some quilting, basic quilting through the joins of the blocks, but that was unnecessary, to be fair. The traditional way for joining Manx blocks, you don't have you've used the foundation, but you have to hand stitch it, otherwise it looks a mess from the back. If you've machine sewn it, it doesn't look so pretty. But if you've hand sewn it, you can join the blocks just as they are. And that way, what you have to do is you have to separate your front block and the back block, and you can sew the front blocks together with regular 1/4 inch seam allowances, and then you need to fold the back edge in and slip stitch them together by hand. Personally, I think it's better just to back the whole quilt. But that's just me. Right, we've got this bobbin box quilt. This is lovely. Is this Susie Duncan? All Liberty. This was on the special Emily Bell Day. Oh, yummy. These are jewel colours. I'll show you. Oh, look. So lovely. Absolutely yummy. I love it. Oh, another yellow. Look at that. Ugh, you know that's going to make me happy. 99.51. Do you know what? I think beautiful quilt. But if you want to get that, just to get your hands on fat 8ths of all these different Emily Bells and all that Wiltshire Shadow, that is gorgeous. Great price, actually. $49.75. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 fat 8ths. Oh, I tell a lie. One of them's a fat 1/4. That's a fat 1/4. 12 fat 8ths. Oh, the yellow as well? No, that's a fat 8th. 1 fat 1/4, 12 fat 8ths, yeah. And how much background fabric? 2.5 metres. Yeah, that's a great buy. That's a great buy. Oh, I've only got one left. I've only got one left. Gosh. You've all been busy. Wow. Do you know what? I would like to use those to make that. Lovely. Lovely. Yum. Well, there's one left. I might be in time. Oh, no, it's gone. You rotter. I've got another colourway. This has got the white on white Wiltshire shadow as the background. So this is also Liberty. Difficult to see on screen, but it is Wiltshire shadow. Adds a lot of dimension. Lots of lovely dimension. Ah, inspired by the Aurifil and Liberty collaboration. Collab. I think you have to call it a collab. I've just been watching Amandaland. She has a collab with her local plumbers. It's not a job, it's a collab. Oh, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. And the Christmas special with Jennifer Saunders and Joanna Lumley. Too funny. Too funny. It's a collab. Brilliant performances from everybody. I think that's stunning. Oh, it's sold out as well. I say, very, very well done. Very well done. What are we going to do in our last 5 minutes? Okay. Don't forget, if you spend £40 today, you'll get the sewing journal added to your order for free. You get the file, exclusive. You'll also get one sheet, okay, you can photocopy. You're very welcome to photocopy it. So you can use this and do lots. Or if you want to buy 30 copies done for you, £4.99 for those. Now, you can buy the file if you want to for £9.99. But honestly, I think if you can, just spend £40 today and get it for free. I would add that into your basket, £4.99, just to get those. That can be part of your £40 purchase, by the way. And then keep a record of your dressmaking, your patchwork, your home decor, sewing, bag making. All the good stuff. I think that's brilliant. Really cool. Now, this quilt that's hanging behind me, it's been ever so popular. It's been ever so popular. It is called Cross Hatch. Now, I think Finn's been very efficient and tidied it away. It's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. Close. I've got one left when everyone's checked out their basket. Don't blame me, I just tell you. £174.99. It should be £229.99. It's absolutely beautiful. These are digitally printed fabrics. They're designed by an architect who is also a designer and a quilter. Thanks, Finn. And you get all these amazing fabrics. And they are absolutely gorgeous. I haven't seen this range anywhere else. They really are reminiscent of kaleidoscopes. But you see, this is very reminiscent of Japanese sashiko and shibori, dyeing. There's a little bit of a tie-dye feel to this as well. Isn't it gorgeous? Isn't this gorgeous? Love these. Look at the border print. Oh, I love that. Absolutely love that. One left. There's your neutral, there's your background. I think that's absolutely stunning. The thing is, when you look at the fabrics all together, it looks like quite an eclectic mix. And I don't think, when I look at those, I don't actually have the vision in my head of what they will look like when they're all together. Fortunately, I have the finished quilt. which I think is incredible when you look at that. And then when you look back at the fabrics, I think, yeah, I see all of those fabrics in the quilt. I did not see that coming out of them. I think it's really clever, really beautiful. This is why quilt kits are great, whether you've got colour confidence or not. Because frankly, I wouldn't necessarily think to put all of these together. I am in love with that quilt. I think it's gorgeous. Really lovely. Way oversubscribed. While I put these fabrics away, let's have a look at tomorrow's menu. It's me again. 8 a.m, new year, new hobby. Let's talk quilt waddings. I will explain. Quilt Wadding 101 at 8 a.m. tomorrow. At 9 o'clock, one of my favourite designers and guests for quilting, Carolyn Forster, is in the house with the triplet block quilt. I've seen these quilts, they're knockout. At 10 o'clock, new year, new hobby, we're talking quilting tools. At 11 o'clock, another quilt from the fabulous designer Carolyn Forster, Prudence's Choice. And then at 12 o'clock, we have an hour of Brother sewing machines. I will get as many demos in as I can. That is how tomorrow looks. What's the rest of your day looking like? Warm and cosy? Something lovely to eat, I think. Now, don't go anywhere because Hobby Maker, our sister channel, is up next. The fabulous Sheila Halliwell is on straight after the break. She's brilliant. I've forgotten how to talk now. So that means it's time for me to go. I will see you 8 a.m. tomorrow. Take care. Stay warm.